My work is easy because I use ClickUp. The red light is literally on. How's it going, everybody? What you doing, church? You suddenly sprung to life and are alert and curious. What's going on? What's going on? This is Rosie's skeleton jacket. Very cool. We got a whole bunch of skeleton-themed stuff at Spirit Halloween last year. And, yeah, you see him? There's a church in his church, right? I'm gonna put this somewhere. I'll put it here. I will be right back. Don't touch that dial. Keep an eye on the cat for me. So, let's see here. First things first, we'll turn that obnoxiously loud fan off. As most of you will be aware, we have been battling the heat tooth and nail for the past little while. And, hey, we're getting there. I checked the weather over the next few days, and it looks like it's going to warm up again. It's like cooling down, warming up, cooling down, warming up. Can we just like get to the cool weather already? Meanwhile, we have run out of time, ladies and gentlemen, because look what arrived today. What is it, you may be wondering, those of you who weren't here yesterday? Well, I will show you. Yes, indeed, Starwho. So, what be this, pray do tell? Well, let's get some more boring lights on here, and I'll show you. I haven't even opened this up yet, so this will be new to all of us. Hi, how's it going? Box cutter activated. This just arrived today. I ordered it a few days ago, and this is something that is going to help us with the Halloween videos this year. Up. Okay. There we are. What, pray do tell, is this? Oh. Well, let's find out. I know what it is. Some of you might know what it is. Let's try to cut away from the testicles. Hold on. Let me see how it goes here. That. Packaged. Oh, look, another box in the box. Hold on. Let me just slide this out. Yeah, there we go. Something else in here? There's something else in here. Thought so. Is that everything? That is everything. Okay. So what do we have here? Ooh, silica gel. My favorite tasty treat. Let's check what this is here. I think this is a bag for... Oh, it's actually for storage. Ooh, isn't that handy? I did not know it came with one of those. Very nice. Okay, so we'll set that aside. But still, what is the thing? Yes. Well, let's find out, shall we? Some of you might know. Hey, Razor Wire Reviews is here. Hold on, let me just spin the chair around so I can see the chat a little more clearly. There we go. Okay. Whoops. There. That's not good. Hold on. Fan was a little too high. Doesn't help if it's just blowing over our heads, does it? There. Okay. You guys want to see what this is? Let's see. How exciting. We get an unboxing right off the bat, eh? How's that for service? Okay. Now. Oh. Nipple clamps. All right. Oh. One for each nipple. Church is watching intently. There. See if we can get there. Now you can see him as well. He's like, what's going on? What's going on? What is all this stuff that Grandpa's got? Oh, more. Just a big box of nipple clamps. These are really tight, too. Ow! Oh, jeez. Put that right on the tip of the penis. You'll never pee again. All right. So, let's see. This. Whoa, sorry, church. This. There we go. So, okay, so what we have here is a stand. What's that? Want to sniff it? Give it a sniff test. Yeah? Is that interesting? Okay. So it's a stand. And as you can see, we got lots of height adjustments here. In fact, this can go so high that I think it might go higher than my ceiling. Yep, it goes all the way up to, here, I'll show you. It can literally reach the ceiling, and in fact, with the leg adjustments here, you can make it. You can put the legs in a little tighter to make it go higher, so you can get quite a lot of height with this thing. So just take a look, all the way up to the ceiling. Oh, careful there, church. So, what is it for? Why do we need all of this height? Well, we don't need all of this height. This is kind of ridiculous. We're going to bring this down. This should be sufficient. And then what we have here, Church is like, I don't want to eat, or I don't want to see what's going on here. So now we got 3 bars that I believe one goes in each end. Oh, I see, it's double. So double sided there. Just put that in until it clicks, and there we go. So we have a bar, and then the nice thing is this is all disassemblable. Why is that? I don't know why that has, like, yeah. Well, I'm probably putting this together slightly wrong, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Hold on. I think if we go this side, maybe? No. Well, anyway, we'll figure it out. So what the idea is, oh, I see, this is the centerpiece here. So if I bring this down, I can kind of show you. So, take this wing nut, and drop it on the floor, and you never find it again. There we go. And you stick the big bar on the top into the wing nut. Okay, like so. You want it to be fairly tight. Okay, that looks good. And then take this apart because I did it wrong. You put this, yeah, you put this in here, like so. Alright. And then you put this. Yeah, here we go. Alright, I knew I did something wrong. Like that. So now what you have is a big T-bar, right? You're starting to get the idea here. Raise it up. And we take our backdrop, which is in this case a brick wall, and you can use any backdrop, and you just kind of put it along the top there, right? Secure it with the clamps, and there you go, instant background. So this is something we'll be making use of throughout Halloween season. I just got a new brick wall backdrop for stuff. And we've also got a bunch of other like Halloween ones from before. But the nice thing is, because this is all portable and disassemblable, we can use this for any kind of backdrop we want. I can even like get a green screen, you know. Just put it way up there. I mean, and the nice thing about having it have the height is I can literally have it like that high and just covering from basically ceiling to floor, as well as about 6 feet wide. So it goes up to, I think it's 8 feet tall, or 8.5 feet tall, 6.5 feet wide. So plenty big enough for the you know, the focal range that we have here. And that's it. And it's actually pretty good. Yeah, that's nice. That's good and sturdy. And it was cheap. It was only like $50. So, so this is going to be really handy. Really handy. What are you doing? Well, a wild Rosie appears. Hello.
Slowly stealing Mathis's clothes.
Oh, okay. Mathis is her boyfriend.
I had nothing to change into after swimming.
Uh-huh.
So I wore this shirt, and then I didn't have any bottoms, so I'm wearing his pants.
Yes.
Whoa.
So this is the stand
Hi, buddy.
for the backdrop,
Mm-hmm.
and it came with 4 nipple clamps. Yeah, you probably don't. Well, wow. Pain tolerance.
To be fair, that is through a shirt, but still.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, and these are kind of adjustable as well. You can like flip these up.
Do you need the nipple clamps for the thing?
Why?
Can I have a couple?
No. If you want toys, you can get them yourself. You're old enough now. So there you go. So that's basically the gist of it. Is
Well, don't you smell good?
because I wanted something that basically where the because those of you who were here a few years back when I did a backdrop, I think it was 2018. I did a backdrop where I just basically took my brick wall backdrop and covered the shelves. I kind of wanted to do that again, just because it means I don't have to constantly be clearing out the corner with all the horror collection, and it gives us a bit more variety of backgrounds. But I wanted something that was easily like changeable if I wanted to change backdrops or whatever, and this allows me to do that because the way I did it before was I had it all taped to the shelf, so I couldn't get to anything while we were filming, and had oh, Jesus.
Oh my God.
Well, watch it. What are you doing, Church? What are you doing? Of course, new box. Now Church is all curious. But anyway, we're going to take all this apart for now. I just kind of wanted to check it out, see how easy it was to assemble, and it's actually quite easy indeed. So, very nice. This is going to be really handy throughout Halloween season, which we will be starting this weekend, actually, in terms of filming. We're going to try to do the biggest horror update ever and film the whole damn thing in one epic stream, so you want to be here for that for sure. That's how I'm going to do all the horror updates all in one big go. Now I'm going to do closer looks. We're just going to focus on the updates and get all that done. And then that should be pretty cool. So then here. Hold on. No, this way. I think. Right? How does this fold up again? What are you doing, Church? He's trying to figure out a way to get into the box, I think. Yeah, let's do this. Ah, here we are. Yeah. There. Okay, so it all folds up like that. Let me just put this. Does this go down anymore? Oh, no, that doesn't actually move. So, that's that. Ugh. Yeah, it's all pretty light. Looks like it's all aluminum and stuff, but that's good. Yeah, and then we got this nice little case. Keep it all tidy and out of the way. Just fits. Holy moly. So that's the great thing about this, is it's basically portable. So I could bring backdrops wherever the hell I want, and I don't have to tape them up and have them all inconvenient and in the way. If I need to move it out of the way, I can just move it out of the way. And there you go. And you can take it with you wherever you go. How cool is that? All good, Church? Curiosity satisfied? So here's the plan. Here's the plan. So today and possibly tomorrow, depending how much we get done tonight, do what we tried to do yesterday. And this is all the remaining non-horror updates. So a lot of sci-fi, a little bit of anime that we haven't done yet, some comic book movies and stuff like that. A few things. And then there's a big stack of things for unboxings and closer looks, such as, you know, the Conan collection and Primer, and you guys don't care about those. I know the ones you want to see. The ones you want to see is stuff like Super Mario Brothers 1-Up collection. Yeah, we want to get all this stuff opened up, you know, and hardware. Look at that. Waited so long for that to get a re-release. So all kinds of goodies like that. We got The Prisoner complete series set, stuff like that. So we got a whole bunch of things that we want to do unboxings and closer looks. But we got to do all the updates first. Some of the updates we'll just do everything in one fell swoop because there's only a couple of things. But others we want to, you know. Okay. Rose already go to bed. I guess she did. All right. Anyway. So we had a good screening earlier. We watched the last couple episodes of Beast King Go Lion and the final 2 episodes of the original series of Voltron Lion Force, which was, of course, adapted from Beast King Go Lion. Some pretty hilarious censorship in those. We had a good time. And then we started Vehicle Force. And the first 3 episodes of Vehicle Force and the first 3 episodes of Die Rugger 15. And that one's already proving to be really interesting because like the differences, it's not even so much a difference in the violence, there's obviously that, but the story itself, like the Die Rugger version of the story is so much more interesting than the Voltron version. It just has so many more layers to it. The villains aren't just black and white cartoon villains like they're kind of depicted in Voltron. They're much more complex with layers and gray areas and, you know, deep moral questions and stuff. So it's just so much better. Anyway, it's interesting to see the differences and see how things were changed. But yeah. Anyway, Church, both of you have stayed off the table since last night. So how come the second I start streaming, you go back on the table? What you doing? What you doing? Why are you on the table? Flop. That tail going. Are you all full of beans now? You slept all day and now you're full of beans? It's midnight, well after midnight, my time. So, yes, also, yesterday wasn't a complete write-off. Even though we didn't film anything, we got, we figured out some things, in particular with the camera. We were originally going to use the big table, but found it was just too in the way and hard to get around and stuff. So we're going to use the big table when we do the horror update, probably. But for just the smaller updates here, we're just going to use the smaller table. Keep it simple. The other thing was, the original plan was I was going to film everything in 8K, because the idea is to master everything in 4K for YouTube. The problem is the files are so huge for 8K, and I cleared off a ton of space on all my hard drives. So I got like several terabytes of space ready to go for Halloween videos and stuff. But I kind of did the math on it. I was like, okay, well, if I do 8K, it's going to be, it's about 1.5 gigs for every minute of video. And you guys know my videos. I tend to talk a lot. So, like one video talking about like one or two things could be 20 minutes long, right? So that's going to chew through hard drive space real fast. I have two 1 terabyte SD cards for the camera, and with the 8K resolution, even at the lower bit rate, I can fit about 9.5 hours of video on a 1 terabyte card. That may sound like a lot, but when you're doing literally dozens of videos over the course of 2 months, it's going to get eaten up pretty fast. Now, the flip side of that is if I just do everything in 4K, then I can fit like 35 hours of video in a terabyte. So quite a difference. It's a lower bit rate. Oh, hello. It's about 60,000 kilobits per second, but I mean, that's fine. That is fine for 4K. I mean, I'm broadcasting this in 25,000 kilobits per second. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see it, but at that level of quality. But it looks fine. So I mean, double that for the camera videos. That's going to be fine. So my only concern was I was going to do digital zooms to try to save time on the production process. So filming 8K, master in 4K, which means if I've got 8K footage, I can zoom in at least like double zoom without any loss in quality when you're seeing it in 4K, right? So, but I discovered some new zoom features on the camera that I didn't know about before that were actually pretty cool, and some better ways to focus to make it look a little slicker, where I wouldn't need to do the digital zooms. I could just do the manual zoom and I can see the focus in the viewfinder and stuff as we're going live. So why not just do it in 4K at the smaller file sizes? You know, save space, save time, and yeah. And it would actually probably take about the same amount of time editing-wise that way. So, yeah. Until storage capacity gets exponentially larger and exponentially cheaper, I think we're just going to stick with 4K footage, 4K master, and go there. And that brings you all up to date. So, we figured out the logistics of it. Everything's good. And the cats are all over the table. Really, guys? You've been on the couch all day. You've been in the cat tree all day. Why are you suddenly on the table? Why is the table suddenly the place to be, cats? Anyway. And we have the air conditioner blasting away. That was the other thing we figured out yesterday was optimal air conditioner placement. I just really want this heat to go away. I just want to get to the nice cool weather, you know? I'm so done with the heat of summer. Well, see, the nice thing is, if you miss a stream, they're all archived. You can always watch the VOD. Yeah, yesterday's stream, even though we didn't get anything filmed, like I said, we accomplished quite a bit as far as the logistics of the setup. And, yes, summer can fuck right off. Correct. Why is I swear we adjusted the size of the chat box. We live on a well, technically this is a tropical island too. We literally have rainforests on the island here. Let me see. What was that? Told you it was a big day. Why? Because it's the summer fucking off day? Yeah, why don't you go back over to your cat tree there, buddy? Lots of room there. I mean, look at this beautiful cat tree we have for them. That's all one unit, by the way. It's huge. And there's like scratching posts all over. They got this platform, this nice little coffin bed. There's a cathedral up there they can climb into and like sit in, and it's all soft and felty and lovely. Oh. She's like, what are you doing? Get your nose out of my butt. It's a big day. So why is it a big day? You never explained. I asked. Or can you say publicly? I don't know. You are a man of many secrets. So many secrets. But, yeah, I mean, it's just generally going to be busy the next little while. I'm just going to have a nibble of pork chop. I didn't realize Rose didn't finish her food. Let's see. I made shake and bake pork chops and stir-fried veggies. And they're quite delicious. I think I put a little too much salt for the pork chops. They're still good, though. Mm-hmm. This was a big honkin' pork loin from Costco. We got two big honkin' pork loins. And a big thing of veggies. I use this Japanese stir-fry sauce for it. It's really good. Very sweet. We got sliced yellow carrots and baby carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower. Honking. What are you doing over there? Not you, Chris. You're good, buddy. What are you doing in there? Alright. Throw out the parts we don't need anymore. The boxes can stay, the kitties can play with them, I don't care, but... Okay. Come on, cats, please. You see the tail. And a spine that I've just laid across the table. Honking chonks of chonking pork. Oh. Yes? What? Everything that's there is things that have been there for months. Why are you suddenly interested in them? What? There's nothing there, buddy. I literally just moved stuff over a little bit. Are you good? What? No. Church, come on. Thank you. I don't know how comfy that's going to be to sit on. It's kind of slippy. Don't. I'm trying to adjust it to show the cat, you stupid. There. Okay, why is Streamlabs going nuts and putting that up like every 2 seconds? It's supposed to be every 30 minutes. We have not been going that long. Hold on. Yeah, 30 minutes. Do it one time. No, I did it twice. I did it twice. It's supposed to be 30 minutes. Okay, church, come on. Thank you. So I want you hovering around this area all night. You hate what to? Well, it is set correctly. I don't know why it posted it twice in under an hour, but it should be fine. But yeah. Don't forget, guys, we do this for the money. So, if you enjoy the content, please support it. Thank you kindly. Alright, so we're going to move this over a little bit. See, I could also use that stand for a green screen. So if I really wanted to increase the production time, I could do everything in chroma key. I could. And I probably will at some point. But not right now. Well, since I'm wearing my Star Wars shirt, we should probably do some Star Wars updates first, eh? Let's do that. Let's. I don't know why they say volume 1 on these when they're only single volume editions. I don't know. Strange. And these can double as unboxings as well, I think. There are Star Trek movies as well, yes. I don't know where you're seeing them. They're over there. Maybe around there somewhere. I actually have quite a stack of Star Trek stuff. We're going to probably split that in three updates. Movies, TV shows, documentaries. But can you do both hands? Yeah, it was a long wait for Star Trek to get some decent releases, you know? Alright. So, I think if we use that as our focal points. Okay, leave the lighting as it is. Maybe gives a little splash of color. I don't know. We'll see how it looks in the camera. Looks good. So, nice thing is with the image tracking on the camera here, there's a little square where when you set the focal point, it I think it's a really tight focal point. Really? You're licking? That's fine. We're not exactly going to film in 2 seconds here. Dude, seriously? Yeah, it's like whenever he finishes eating. Over here. Okay, I can't really focus on that. That's interesting. But move this over here, then it can see. Okay. Well, I mean, that gives me a point that I can zoom into, and I can easily see in the viewfinder when it is in focus. So, so if we pull it back. Up there, I guess. Now, I don't want to have to adjust the camera too much. I want to just kind of have it stationary, and then we'll zoom in when we do the close-ups. That makes sense. We'll zoom in when we do the close-ups. Really, Z? You don't say. Is that what you do when you do the close-ups? You zoom in? Yes. I sure can. My dad can't. What? Huh? Bear in mind there is some delay. You may be replying to something that just happened for you, but for me, I might have said it a minute ago. And then further delay by the time I actually notice your response. So just give me a little bit of context there. Just so I know what you're talking about. Okay, so, let's see. I also bumped it back down to 30 frames per second again to save space, because literally half the file size for 60 frames per second. Oh, actually this looks kind of neat. And then, yeah, so if I move this kind of more over here. And then move this a little more over here, I guess. What are you doing in there? Stop. Stop being a curious cat. Stop doing what comes naturally to you. Okay. So, for outer space stuff, maybe we want to go with blue. Blue and, I don't know, purple. That's kind of neat. And then the white light seems to hit the, yeah, see, because I can see the little thing and it turns green when it's in there. Right there is the sweet spot. And I wanted it far enough in that, yeah. Okay. So, if we pull back. The problem is it's too low for me. Unless I'm sitting back here, which is fine, but then I'm out of focus. Do we want to just use autofocus? I know you use autofocus, Luke, like a rank amateur, but let me check here. I don't even know how to turn autofocus on. That's how little I use it. One-point autofocus. Tracking. Oh, so if we do tracking, then it'll like adjust based on, or I don't even know. What's this? One-point autofocus. Okay. But it's not auto, it's like going manual. Oh, that's why. It's a literal switch on the thing. Ow. It's too close. It won't do that. I mean, that'll save some time, I guess, eh? Hi. I can't tell if it's focusing or not because I'm blind as a bat. Seems to be focused. What if I go back here? There is actually an HDMI out where I could output the camera to the TV, but I don't think I have the right kind of cable for it, so. Hi! Welcome to the Multimedia Chronicles. There's no place like home. How's it going? So check out this video. Pretty cool, eh? And there's the back. There's the tape. And there you go. Anyway, catch you later, folks. That's a good test of multiple focal lengths. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Boop-a-doo, 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 boop. Boop-a-doo, 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 boop. Oh. Just transferring the footage over here. It'll take about 2 minutes. I still don't know what you were referring to, Starhu, when you said, I sure can, my dad can't. Okay. I'm glad that you can, whatever it is or was. Just waiting for the files to complete transferring over. Skip that one. Okay. Alright, let's take a look. Gonna move you guys over. So, is it? This one. Alright, that looks pretty nice. Focus there. So we take that off. And it does not focus on me. Well, when I go up close like that. I can't tell if it's focusing or not because I'm blind as a bat. Seems to be focused. What if I go back here? It does not seem to be focusing at all. There is actually an HDMI out where I could output the camera to the TV. Yeah. See, it's great with the close-ups. Right kind of cable for it, so.
Hi. Welcome to the multimedia conference. There's no place like home. How's it going? So check out this video. Pretty cool, eh? And there's the back. There's the tape.
Like that focal point looks great, but it doesn't seem to be adjusting at all.
There you go. Anyway, catch you later, folks.
That's a good test of multiple focal lengths. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Okay. So I don't know, but there just doesn't seem to be like an easy way to do what I'm trying to do. We might just have to do it as a couple of things, but you going? I hate this feature of Windows. Alright. Who all is lurking? Can we look? No, we can't. It won't tell us because we're on multi-stream. So, alright, that's fine. We've really been going for over an hour? Cool. Well, how about I take a short break and then we'll try to figure this out. Really want to get some filming done tonight because we got to do the biggest horror update in history in the next day or two. So, yeah, really don't want to be dilly-dallying on that, because that's going to be that's going to be the entire stream. We'll be filming that, and I hope you'll all be here for that. All right, I'll be back shortly. Enjoy some clips. It'll make up in part for just sitting here and bullshitting while we're being endlessly chastised by this game over screen. Failed. You failed. You have failed. You are a failure who fails. I need to reevaluate it, because I know a lot of people really like it a lot. So. Oh, jeez. Ah! I have a bookshelf that's dedicated to Doctor Who. So do I.
Bradshaw's studio donate.
Good old Benz. So yeah, unfortunately, cosplayers can't use a big box of Uncle Ben's to do the joke at comic book cosplay events at comic book conventions in front of Spider-Man by showing them Uncle Ben and filming them crying anymore. Yeah, they can't do that anymore. And the nature of the post is hilarious to me. But he posted the link to the Laserdisc player auction. So, for those who don't know, there was an auction recently liquidating a lot of David Lynch's personal belongings, and one of them that was up for grabs was his Laserdisc player and Laserdisc collection of about 100 or so movies. And so Damnful Idealistic Crusader is like, I guarantee you 100% that copy of Starship Troopers, or whatever the hell it was, is completely rotted. And I'm like, dude, I don't think people are buying this to like hook it up and watch David Lynch's Laserdisc, you know? They're buying it as a piece of movie history, like owning something that the great artist owned, you know? Like, they don't give a shit about the condition of the discs. It's just the fact that they were his. Okay. I just heard a little bit of that. And it totally sounded like the little things were singing along with the lounge music. That was incredible. I am absolutely grabbing a clip of that. Wait a minute. Did I switch to the wrong... Oh my god, I'm here. I'm so sorry. I switched scenes. We're on the, Oh yeah, we're on like the mega dance party scene. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. There. Woo! That was just a fun way to preload all those for later. Thankful. Okay, I've done that part.
Yes.
And what was the story I so rudely interrupted?
Twice, yes. It's not a big deal. I was simply making a remark.
Oh.
It wasn't the whole story.
Oh. What was the remark? It's a little distracting.
Damn it.
Fucking mammoth girl. Get her, get her, get her. Behind the rock. Yeah.
Saying that.
God damn. Yes! Oh my god. I didn't know they brought that move back. Nice. Thanks, dude.
Help me.
That's incredible. I was playing for the Imperials in this one. Not even intentionally, just ended up that way.
Whoa. Is this her? Oh my god, I found the Red Guard woman! I've been looking for her, like, since I started the game. I was just talking to her because she was hot. I need to do something.
Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens. It's like he was screaming from the fuck. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Oh.
give you.
Oh.
You just
Ow.
take it.
Oh. Ow. Ow. What the hell? What even was that? Like, gang, 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 gang. You go here. Oh, okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another blue. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, 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 everyone. And we're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising everyone. We're rising everyone. We're everyone. We're rising greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings. Greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings, greetings, everyone. We're rising greetings, greetings. Did you call him Chody? Good old Chody. He's talking about Cody Rhodes, and for some reason it came. The typo was Chody. Chody. That's great. Good old Chody. Such a chode. Reminds me of Beavis and Butthead. Chode smoker. Okay. Now we're looking here. Why do we have no... Oh, because we don't have the... right. We have to put the memory card back in. I'm like, why isn't the camera powering on? Yeah, I swear I know how to use my own devices. Okay. So I think... see, we're learning as we go here. Whatever this focus thing is, this doesn't seem to be functioning. I don't know how to make it work. So we're just going to leave it on... oh, well that... No, I don't know. Just put on manual. At least with manual, we know where we stand. You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean, Vern? Know what I mean? Okay. We need a stand-in for me to focus with. Hold on a second here. There is where did my duster go? I swear it was around here. I like just saw it. Of course, it's in the hallway. Right where it belongs. Dust off the table here. Hey, Chucky. Come here, buddy. I haven't even opened up Chucky yet. We'll be doing that for Halloween. I got some ideas of what to do with him, so. I gotta check Spirit Halloween actually. See, so we have the good Chucky, right? I want to get the bad Chucky. I want to get the evil Chucky, like maybe when he's got scars and stuff, or even like just with an evil face, you know, something like that. And then we get a couple of Chuckies to play around with, maybe do some little movies with for Halloween. Anyway, I'm just gonna put Chucky here, I think. Didn't they just get fed? Anyway, actually we'll do this because this will stand up a little better. So if I'm sitting roughly here, we'll do our intro, and then we'll do everything else in close up. Okay. So, zoom in. There we go. Perfect. Thanks, Chuck. A little off center. Hold on. Here we go. No, it's actually better loose because when I tighten it up, it goes crooked. So we'll just leave it loose. It's not like we're in a moving environment here or anything. Okay, there we go. That should be good. Just pretend you didn't see Chucky. Chucky's a surprise for later. Shh. Shh. Don't tell anybody. Okay. Can't see me. Hold on. Let me pull back. There. Let me turn this down a little bit so it's not blowing my hair every which way. Every which way but loose. There we go. Let's turn this. Now everybody shows up and starts chatting. Greetings, Adrian James and Care Avon. How's it going? I think Series 2 of Blake 7 is up for pre-order now. Huzzah. So what's this? Good morning. Sarah got frustrated with me for taking ages in deciding which TV to get. So she went and purchased a 43-inch Panasonic LED 4K TV on Monday. Cool. Well, there you go. Crisis over. Now it's slightly off. I need the fan to be blowing on me, otherwise I'm going to boil to death. Really, Eclipse? I thought you'd finished that. Lick, 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 lick. Slobber, 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 lick, 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 slobber, 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 lick, 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 lick. Alright, there we go. So this will also be some unboxings, so this will be kind of cool. Got one licking over there, one munching, or one licking over there, one munching over there. The second I clicked play. Or record. Alright, we'll just pause for a moment. How's it going, everybody? It might take a little bit just to get our groove, but I wanted to do all of this stuff first because this isn't like priority at the moment. These updates that we're filming today probably aren't even going to be, well, they won't be posted until after Halloween, so we have lots of time on them, but it gives me a chance to play around with the camera a little bit more and the lighting and stuff and kind of figure things out. And then, yeah. Oh yeah, I can actually see, like, here. So I sit here. This is, and the camera just turned off. That's fine. So just give it a moment. I don't know why he's eating. He just ate. And then he cleaned himself. And now he's going to probably clean himself again because they always clean themselves after eating. But oddly, they'll like just lick the shit out of the tip of their tail. And it's like, well, you don't eat with your tail. Church, how much are you eating, dude? The camera will pick up all the crunching and stuff in the background. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. What do you think, Chucky? He'll be your friend to the end. The end may come sooner than you think because, well, it's Chucky. So. Cats, you've been, like, quiet all day. As soon as I actually feel like doing something, that's when you get all, I don't know, active. Anyway, very cool. We're just waiting for the cats to stop fidgeting so that we can kind of zone in. Church, put a sock in it. You can't possibly still be hungry. I mean, it's great he's got his appetite back, but, you know. Just wolf it down, dude. You don't have to be so dainty about it. Crunch, 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 crunch. Hello? Did Rose just fall into her door? I heard a thump. Maybe it's one of those ghosts we were talking about. Yeah, if you checked the stream yesterday, around I think the 4-hour mark, Rose came back and we got into talking about like ghosts and stuff. It was pretty cool. Oh my God, Church, finish eating. And now Rose is coming out. Hello? So I just need a proper studio of some kind. Just bereft of distractions, you know. Now it's too quiet. Come on, cats. I got a stack of shit to go through here. You good? Oh, yes. You can't stay there, dude. Yeah. Okay. Did you have a good munch. Don't, please don't sit there. And now they're fighting. What are you doing? Ow! What are you doing, Church? Why are you just going bananas all of a sudden? Even Eclipse is like, what the fuck, dude? Stop. Just calm down. Actually, I do need to trim my fingernails, I just realized, so I'm going to do that. Here, you guys watch the cat's shenanigans for a few minutes, just while I snip, snip, snippity, snip. Ugh. You see Eclipse there, just draped on the couch. Yeah. The 4K is quite nice, I notice. I see most of you are watching on YouTube. Very good. Get that quality. And hey, Avon, you can check the stream out on your brand new 4K TV. Yeah. Pretty cool. So we have 3 4K TVs, two 55 inches and a 43 inch. 2 of those I use as my computer monitors. I can't really spin you guys around because you're not in a good position, but you've seen all my setup before, you know. So what's the first thing you're going to watch on it? Or watched on it, I guess. You probably already watched a bunch of things on it. But did you watch anything special for your first viewing on the new TV? To really put it through the paces? Take advantage of all that quality? Is this your first 4K TV? Was this the big upgrade? That's always exciting. Are you even still there? I don't know. I love it when people just come in, say one thing in the chat, and then disappear forever. It's like, okay, well, thank you for your news item, I guess. Sorry if this sound is annoying for anyone. I like to be well groomed for my videos, what can I say? So my TVs are all Hisense, but I do have a Panasonic 4K player. Apparently, they're one of the better brands for those right now. So good stuff. I imagine their TVs are good too. Yeah, I can hear the licking from here. I knew it. I know our cats. They finish eating, and then they lick, 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 lick. Because, you know, gotta stay clean. Alright, hurry it up, Church. Come on, you're holding up the show here. File down the rough bits. one pinky left. I was going to do this before I had my shower earlier, and I forgot. I got distracted. I remembered when I was in the shower, I'm like, oh yeah, I was going to do my nails. I'll do those after I get out of the shower. Yeah, several hours later. This is quite a late filming stream, isn't it? Well, what else is new? I always do these things late. You heard nothing. Alright. You just about done there, church? God, he's so loud. Church, put a sock in it. Come on. You can't be that dirty. You've been licking yourself all day. I'm just waiting for him to finish, because the last thing I need is for him to do one of his big slobbers right in the middle of the filming, you know? They like spit and drool all over themselves. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense to better clean, but it's just so gross. It's like, you know, it's like one of those things where, like, certain sounds are triggering for certain people. Like, some people get really, it drives them crazy to hear the sound of someone chewing, for example. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing, like, certain sounds like that are irritating, and, yeah, it hits the same parts of the brain. Hearing the licking and the slobbering and the drooling and the, you know, just the noise, the sound. So, anyway. Really, church? Are you doing, like, every square inch of your body? Like, you just did this after your last meal. Like, are you good? Church is just chill, or Eclipse is just chilling on the couch. Boop, ba-doo, 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 boop. Alright. Oops. For fuck's sake. Hold on. Church, put a sock in it. Come on. La la la. Okay, just testing the sound. Looks good. Right here. These are not going to be fancy updates. Just basically quick and dirty, get them done. Greetings, everyone. Well, it's Blu-ray. No. Greetings, everyone. Well, it's update time again today on the Multimedia Chronicles. This time around, we got a few new additions to the Star Wars collection. Yeah, got a quartet of 4Ks and a couple of graphic novels. What do we get? Well, it could be just about anything. It's one of the biggest franchises on the face of the earth. So stay tuned and find out new Star Wars stuff today on the Multimedia Chronicles. There you go, quick and simple. Alright, so we have the update table out. Oh, hold on a second. Welcome back. Alright, so we got the update table out. Let's get our first item, shall we? So, I was quite happy to see these starting to get physical media releases a little while ago. They've put out quite a few at this point, not just of Star Wars, but of the Marvel stuff, namely the Disney Plus shows. Yeah, a lot of people were thinking like, oh, are these just going to be stuck on Disney Plus forever? Are we ever going to get physical media releases? Well, it seems Disney heard our outcries of anguish of wanting to collect Star Wars things, well, and Marvel things, and just general things, and answered our call with deluxe steelbook editions of the Disney Plus shows. So let's just zoom in a bit here. I haven't even opened these actually, so this will be a combination update and unboxing and I guess mini closer look as well. So let's zoom in a little bit and we'll take a look at the first one here. Now you're licking. Seriously? Freaking cats just drive me nuts, I swear to God. Okay, so. Where the hell are we focusing here? There. Okay. We want to angle down a little bit. Seriously, Eclipse? Right now. Church finally chilled and now you're going. Are you done? Thank you. What's the color on that? Actually, that's okay because the table is picking up more of the white light, whereas the chair here is picking up the other colored light. And I just realized this is Season 2. Let's start with Season 1, shall we? So we have The Mandalorian, Season 1. I'm not overly thrilled with that lighting. Hold on a second. Where's the remote? Actually, if I angle it like this, bring this more in here, then it should be a little better, I think. Yeah, that's better. Okay. That's Season 2 again. Hold on. Go. And I just realized this is actually Season 2. Let's start with Season 1, shall we? There we go. So we have Season 1 of The Mandalorian. I love this show, honestly. Like, we waited so long to get, like, some kind of live-action Star Wars show. And, I think they did a great job with this one. I'm really enjoying it a lot. Have I seen Season... Yeah, I've seen Season 3. I still need to see Ahsoka, but I have seen Book of Boba Fett as well, so I'm mostly up to date on the Mandalorian saga. But this, of course, is the 4K edition. Beautiful steelbook. Let's tear this open, shall we? I haven't even opened it up yet. I waited to do that for, you know, to open it up with you guys. We'd like to take a look at it together. There we go. So we got our nice little J card there. Let's take a look here. There we go. And just kind of unfolds there. I have a box that I put all these backing cards on, or in, rather. So we'll just set this aside for later, and we'll take a look at the steelbook. There we go. So it looks like it's wraparound art, so let's open this up and take a look. Oh, look at that. That is really nice, I gotta say. Really, only complaint about these is they're super limited and a tad pricey. So if we take a look inside, looks like we actually have some art cards and the first season on 2 discs. So let's take a look at these art cards here. Oh, there we go. And some interior art as well. Very cool. So let's take a look at these art cards here. Is really nice. Look at that. And open this up. Try to anyway. Really no graceful way to open it. It's all just kind of saran. But yeah, in Canada here, these the 4K sets tend to go for around $75 a piece. So, not cheap. And that's actually one reason why I waited so long to get them, is because, you know, they're not cheap. So, all right, here we go. So we got some nice little art cards. Nothing on the back, just blank. So we'll set those aside. And there we go. We got Mando and Grogu. I think, I don't think we knew his name yet at this point. I think he was just the child. And everybody who just doesn't know their Star Wars lore kept calling him Baby Yoda. It's like, he's not Yoda. He's of the same species as Yoda, but he's not Yoda. I don't know if you guys remember, but spoiler, Yoda's dead. He died in Return of the Jedi. This is set like, what, 6 years after Return of the Jedi? Pretty cool. So that was another thing I was pretty stoked about, was the fact that we were getting material from an era that we hadn't really seen much from. Really nice, kind of like the silhouette on the disc there. Set this aside. I just wanted to see if there was anything underneath. No, not really. There's not really much to speak of underneath there. So, there we go. So that's Mando Season 1. Very nice. Oh, I see. And we have the silhouette of Grogu there as well. Very nice. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. It's kind of like, it felt very much like a sci-fi take on Lone Wolf and Cub. You know, the classic samurai story about a samurai who was, you know, charged with protecting a baby, and took this baby around with him everywhere he went, and sometimes in quite perilous situations. Actually, we'll set it aside here. And then, of course, we got Season 2. Very nice. They are numbered on the spines as well, so they look very snazzy on your shelf. And yeah, so this again is the 4K edition. You can tell this is the Canadian one because of the French on there. Yeah, a few of these I got the US edition, others I got the Canadian edition. Basically just wherever I could get them, and get them for a reasonable price. Because as I say, they are kind of annoyingly limited, and one or two of these I did technically have to get on the aftermarket. Thankfully, not overly inflated prices. Not every seller is out to rip you off, you know, so let's take a look there. So lots of goodies there. And slightly bigger insert because it has to accommodate all that French, because Canada, right? Also, I noticed Oh, no, I was imagining things. I thought this was slightly heavier cardboard, but it was not. So if we open this one up, here we go. Sorry, just trying to, yeah. And then on the back. And then if we crack it open again, see the whole wraparound artwork. Really nice artwork on these, I have to say. Great stuff. So, more art cards. We'll just we'll take a look at those in a second here. So once again, we have some very nice interior art as well. There we go. And we got let's see. Yeah, so we got Mando and Grogu on that disc, and then here we just have the, it's like the Mandalorian symbol. Very nice, and not really much in the way of artwork under the discs, which honestly is a nice consideration in a way, because you know you're not really missing any artwork by having the discs in the case where they belong. So let's take a look at these, the second set of art cards. I don't like how they package these. Like, well, I've had a lot of sets that include art cards like this, and usually they're in a resealable thing, but this is just like the saran wrapper is all like melted along the edges, so you basically just have to rip it to pieces to get the art cards out. So anyway, yeah, so here we go. It looks like very cool. So there we go. It's been a while since I've watched it. I don't recall which character this is, but very cool. We got Grogu eating something nasty and living, because he's got quite the appetite. He's a growing boy after all. And there you go. Very nice. So very nice. I really like these art cards. But yeah, but I mean, the question is, are these worth $75 a piece? I don't know. That seems like a little steep, considering each season is only what, like 6 episodes, 8 episodes, 8 episodes. Yeah. So I should mention also, we do have a little bit of extras on here. A couple of featurettes, looks like. We have Remnants of the Empire. Uncover the Imperial designs adapted for the series and meet new villains as the Empire's threat persists. And Forging the Covert, Part 1. Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, and crew highlight the craftsmanship behind Grogu, the Mandalorian's arsenal, and the show's practical effects and digital wizardry. Actually, really cool how they make these shows. And then Season 2, we got Designing the New Republic. Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, and crew talk about the New Republic's evolution and aesthetic in this story-rich period of the Star Wars timeline. And Forging the Covert, Part 2. Talented artists reveal their inspiration and the designs of the warriors and their weaponry as the legend of Mandalore expands. Very nice. So, we don't stop there. So this one, these two, of course, take place between episodes 3 and 4. So we're covering a time period that hasn't really been covered too much in, or no, sorry, not 3 and 4. What am I talking about? Between episodes 6 and 7. Getting my timeline mixed up. And if you look on the spine there, you can see they do have nice spine numbers there for, you know, telling you what order they go in. Just all nicely organized. Next up, this one's between episodes 3 and 4. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi, which was apparently originally going to be a movie. One of the Star Wars story movies along the lines of Solo, but then I guess when Solo didn't perform as well as they were hoping. I really liked Solo, honestly, and I think the fans were really unfair to that, because they were still, I don't know, complaining about episode 8. But that's, you know, another story. Anyway, I really liked Solo, and you know, I actually really enjoyed this as well. When I heard that they were going to bring Darth Vader into it to meet up with Obi-Wan on Tatooine, I was like, what? How can they do that? I mean, the whole point of their meeting in the original Star Wars was they hadn't seen each other in ages. But the thing was, and I thought this was kind of a clever way to get around that, in Star Wars, he knew that Anakin was Darth Vader, but at the end of Episode 3, he did not know that Anakin was Darth Vader. So this actually fills that little story gap and actually explains how he knew who Darth Vader really was. And quite an emotional reunion, too. I thought it was very well done. Just before we take a look at that, take a look at the card here. There we go. And extras on here. So yeah, this one was 6 episodes. So a whole bunch of bonus extras. We got Duels of Fate, Obi-Wan versus Vader. Deborah Chow, Ewan McGregor, and Hayden Christensen examine the lightsaber battles of Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. The Dark Times, Villains uncover the lore of the deadly Inquisitors and Darth Vader's iconic look. I really like the story of that Inquisitor character, the sister, was it the sixth sister? I forget. It's been a while since I watched them. But anyway, I really liked her storyline in this, and it annoyed me that fans were like really harsh about it. Honestly, it annoys me how fans are just generally harsh about Star Wars things. It's like they say nobody hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans, eh? Yeah, well, I've been a fan since the first one was in theaters, and I saw it when I was 5. And I love that we're getting all this new Star Wars stuff. Is it all great? No. But some of it is. You know, it's not all garbage, you know? I mean, come on. Just lighten up, people. Anyway, then we got The Dark Times, Villains uncover the lore of the deadly Inquisitors and Darth Vader's iconic look. Designing the Galaxy, say hello to Leia's lovable sidekick, Lola, then explore the new planets of the Star Wars galaxy. The little girl they got to play young Leia absolutely nailed it in this, by the way. Like, she totally sold it as, like, a young, sassy, Leia, and I thought that was wonderful. Director's commentary. Join director Deborah Chow for an exclusive audio commentary on the action-packed finale. So, there you go. So this one, yeah, this takes place 10 years after Revenge of the Sith and before A New Hope. So we'll take a look at the cover here. Very nice. And I don't think this one isn't so much a wraparound, but we'll open it up anyway. And there we see Obi-Waning through the desert. And then here on the discs, we got more art cards. We'll take a look at those in a sec. Okay, in this case, we do have some art behind the discs, looks like. But first up, we have Obi-Wan on disc 1. And then, of course, we have Vader on disc 2. Yeah, great stuff. So, let's pop that out. And there we go. So then we got the two of them confronting each other. Excellent. Yeah. So obviously I have not sat down and rewatched these yet because, well, we're opening them up for the first time right now. But that's okay. Anyway, so we'll just close that for the moment and we'll check out the art cards here. Again, not liking how these are packaged here. So at some point I'll probably just have like a marathon of all of these and rewatch them. I mean, each series is essentially like a movie. Like you just, it's like a slightly longer movie. So here we go. We got the old Imperial shuttle. Where do we go? There we go. Very nice. And got Obi-Wan getting chased by some stormtroopers. Focus is a little finicky. And looks like I can't tell from the back if that's Obi-Wan or Bail Organa, but anyway, here we go. Very nice. On I'm guessing on Alderaan. Good old Alderaan. So kind of nice we get to see Alderaan in non-blown up form. So, there we go. And no spine number on this because it was a one-off. Are we... Okay, for the amount I paid for these, like, you'd expect them to close properly. Really? Alright, anyway, good enough. And next up, what a lot of people have said is one of the best of all the Disney Plus shows. I haven't watched it yet because I wanted to wait for Season 2 to come out. Well, it has aired on Disney Plus, but it hasn't come out in physical yet. But I'm sure it will shortly. We have Andor. Yeah. People, you know, even the haters have been just, like, gushing about Andor. And I've heard nothing but good things about it. Terrific stuff. Also, longer seasons. Like, each season is 12 episodes. Like, that's a proper season length. So this I didn't mind paying, you know, the regular price for. But there's no difference in price between any of these. They're all the same price, regardless of the length. And that's like, you know, come on, Disney. Stop being so, you know, Disney. That's like one of the biggest issues I have as a collector about Disney buying up the entire entertainment world is they never frickin' put anything on sale. They always just charge full price for every single thing they put out, and it's ridiculous. So, very nice. So take this off. Now, I was just gonna say, I noticed no sticky stuff on these, and then this one has the sticky stuff. So, sticky stuff, or snot glue as I call it. But at least it comes off nice and easy, so there you go. Andor. And extras on this one, yeah, so 3 discs, 4 episodes per disc. We have Ferrix, Part 1, Imperial Occupation. Tony Gilroy, Kathleen Kennedy, and Diego Luna discuss the series' origins. Aldani, Rebel Heist, join the shoot in Scotland with character spotlights, rebel training, stunts, a VFX breakdown, and more. Coruscant, Whispers of Rebellion, explore the stories of ISB agent Daedra, Senator Mon Mothma, and Spy Master Luthen Rael. Narkina 5, One Way Out, uncover the Empire's penal system and the prison's stark look, get to know Kino Loy, and view VFX breakdowns. And then Ferrix Part 2, Fight the Empire. Tony Gilroy, Diego Luna, cast and crew reveal the making of the season finale. So this one, of course, again, also takes place between episodes 3 and 4. Continuity-wise, takes place a few years after Obi-Wan. And the entirety of Andor, seasons 1 and 2, leads up to the start of Rogue One, which, of course, connects to the original Star Wars quite tidily. And a lot of people said Rogue One is one of the all-time best as well, and I tend to agree. It was really good. And there we go. Very nice wraparound cover there. And we got some art cards, which we'll take a look at in a sec. So here we have 3 discs. Now, I don't really know any of these characters because I haven't seen the show. I know that's Andor. So, I know one of them. And here's a droid guy. Yeah, I really need to get off my butt and watch this. Hold on a second. And, oh, well, that looks like a TIE fighter, so there we go. Nice and easy. Clairol, nice and easy. And there you go. Interior artwork. Very pretty. So yeah, not sure when Season 2 is coming out. I'm assuming soon, because the last batch of Star Wars shows they put out Mandalorian Season 3 and Ahsoka, which I don't know if that was a one-off or if they're doing more seasons of that. But yeah, so I need to catch up on all of those. And hopefully they'll put out Book of Boba Fett and The Acolyte. Yes, I'm one of the people who liked The Acolyte, by the way. Haters can get stuffed. Yeah, I really enjoyed it a lot, and I thought, like, wow, this is really cool. We're actually getting some stuff from an era we've never seen before, and we're going to get the story of Darth Plagueis, and, like, there was so much stuff in the works for that. The fans crapped all over it, and just tanked the show with review bombs and crap, and just didn't even give it a chance. I just don't understand. I feel like the fans just don't even know what they want half the time, you know? It's like, oh, we just want good shows. You had a good show, and you shot all over it. Anyway. Art card. Very pretty. I'm not going to let this turn into a rant, I swear to God. I refuse to let this turn into a rant. Another art card. Very pretty. This is beautiful, actually. I love this. Like a lot of this is like concept art and stuff. That's one thing actually I really like about some of the shows, like Mandalorian, for example. How they show, they do kind of animated renditions of the concept art for the ending titles and stuff, and it's great. I love it. It's just so cool. But anyway, yeah. So I definitely look forward to checking these out. Well, rewatching the ones I've seen, and then. I'll probably jump into Andor before anything else because people have been urging me to watch it for ages. So, here we go. And now they're open. Now I can watch them. And there is the... Can we get... There. I found a new focus feature on the thing. Well, it's probably not new to you guys anymore because I'm likely going to use it for everything going forward. Now, next up, we have graphic novels. Two epic collections. One of which I've been wanting to get a definitive collection of for a long time, and that is this one, which I'm going to have to pull back because that's too big. There we go. We have Droids and Ewoks. Yeah, check it out. So it's the complete... This is the original Marvel Star Comics from the 80s. So we got the complete run of both Droids and Ewoks. So, very nice. Let's see here. If I just kind of show you a few pages here. There, just kind of get to the beginning. So we have... Yeah, I was never as big a fan of Ewoks. I was always more about droids. I mean, and to be fair, that makes sense because, I mean, I think Ewoks the cartoon came out in 1984, and then droids came along in 1985, both done by Nelvana. But, yeah, Ewoks was, I mean, it was geared more towards little kids, you know, sort of like 5 to 7 or 5 to 8. Whereas Droids, on the other hand, that felt more like a proper Star Wars show to me. And in fact, I don't care what anybody says, it will always live in my head canon as, you know, the adventures of R2-D2 and C-3PO before they met up with Han Solo and Luke Skywalker and everybody. So I did get a few issues of it, but unfortunately I never got the whole run. Ewoks ran for 14 issues, I believe, and Droids ran for 8. So there you go. Pretty nice. But, and they had a crossover actually between the two of them as well, which is kind of neat. Yeah, so here you can actually see they've met up with the Ewoks. Pretty cool. But where Droids ended is kind of interesting because they ended with a 3-part story. Where is it here? Yeah, here it is. Is that the one? No, that's not the one. Hold on. It is. Yeah, here it is. A 3-part story, which was basically Star Wars as seen through the eyes of the droids. So you have the familiar Star Wars story, and then occasionally it will take an aside. So, for example, we get to the part where they escape and they're on Tatooine, and then the part we didn't see in the movie was when C-3PO and R2-D2 fell through a hole in the ground and met up with these cutesy, weird mole people. And it's like, when it does the Star Wars bits, it's fine. But then it does these, you know, the bits you never saw. And it's just like the most ridiculous Saturday morning cheese. And it's just so tonally different than everything else. But then, then you get back to the Star Warsy bits, and it's fine. But it's so strange, like just the tone of it all. But anyway, it's great to have everything together in a definitive collection like this. And we also have the Ewoks Annual, which is pretty cool. So that's pretty neat. I like that. So that's cool. And then we got one more. This one I had to track down because it's been out of print for a little while. We got Star Wars Infinities. And what this one is a couple of... we got three different... or not three different. We basically have... How can I explain this? It's kind of like what-if stories. Like, what if certain things were different? Like, what if Luke didn't blow up the Death Star? You know, or what if he died on Hoth instead before Han could rescue him and stuff like that? And then Leia has to take over as the Jedi trainee with Yoda and stuff like that. And it's great, just interesting alternate universe type stuff, you know. And the artwork in it is freaking beautiful. I mean, it's gorgeous. But that's not even the most interesting bit, though. So they have these reinterpreted versions of Star Wars, the original Star Wars trilogy, but they also have, if we skip ahead a little ways here, we have The Star Wars, which is basically an 8-issue comic book adaptation of George Lucas's original first draft for Star Wars before it became the Star Wars that we know. So a lot of different stuff. Essentially, the ships are different, the aliens are different, the characters are different. Yeah, it's really quite a I don't know, just a strange alternate universe version of the story we know, where things play out very, very differently. Even Darth Vader looks different, you know. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, and beautiful painted artwork in it as well. The design for what is it, C-3PO is very much based on the original Ralph McQuarrie design. If I can get like a front shot here. There we go. Sorry, can only film 30 minutes at a time, but that's okay. It means we're basically almost at the end here. Yeah, and I think Chewbacca is like this green lizard guy and everything. Like it's really different from what we're used to seeing. I'm still trying to find where's a good shot of 3PO in here. R2-D2 looks more or less the same, just a little clunkier, but trying to see. Oh, actually, this is great. Sort of reinterpretation of the famous movie poster, and you can see 3PO in the background there. But yeah, very much. You know, a lot of the visuals in this were based on a lot of Ralph McQuarrie's original designs and such. So it is quite interesting to see those designs used in this alternate version of the story. And there you have it. So a whole bunch of cool new Star Wars stuff. So we got Mando, and Obi-Wan, and Andor. Beautiful steelbook editions, 4K. Got the complete series of the original Star Comics runs of droids and Ewoks. And Star Wars Infinities, basically. Star Wars What If. And, yeah, these are really cool. If you can get your hands on these, I definitely recommend them. And, you know, if you're a fan of, like, the Star Wars of the 80s, like I am. I used to collect the Marvel comics and such as well. I really wish I'd jumped on the Epic collections of the Marvel comics run, like the original 107 issues and a couple annuals. Really nice collections, I think 7 volumes, but they're all out of print. You can still find a few of them, but I might just try to make the effort to track those down at some point. But yeah, I love all the old school stuff. You know, I mean, there's so much Star Wars stuff out there. I mean, if you dive into the EU from the you know, that ran from the 90s to the early 2000s, across comic books and novels and audio dramas and stuff like that. I have a few of them. Like I have a really good full cast audio drama adaptation of Dark Empire, the Dark Horse series. It adapts both Dark Empire 1 and 2 as well as Empire's End. I couldn't help but snicker when people were bitching and moaning about Palpatine coming back in Rise of Skywalker. Somehow Palpatine returned. It's like, well, yeah, with clones. I mean, you bitch and moan about them not sticking to the EU. That's right out of the EU. Go read Dark Empire again. The Emperor's been cloning himself since the start of the EU. Like, yeah. So I like I said, I feel like a lot of fans just literally don't know what they want anymore. They just have this I don't know, this ethereal view of what they think Star Wars is or should be or whatever, or they're clouded by nostalgia, or there's certain things that they grew up with. I mean, it's a huge franchise. It's been going for like almost 50 years now. It literally spans generations. So each generation has grown up with a different iteration of Star Wars. I grew up with the original trilogy, so I love the old stuff, you know? But do I bitch and moan and complain about the new stuff? No. I'm just happy to get more Star Wars, you know? Like, I really don't see the problem here, you know? Like, just enjoy things, people. Come on. Enough already. Anyway, that is it for this update. So, yeah, not a ton of stuff, but, I mean, for me, I already have the original trilogy, or the original movies on Blu-ray, or I think I might have 1 or 2 of them. No, I don't have any of them on 4K, actually. But I'm not in any big rush to upgrade them, because I don't watch them that often, honestly. Once in a blue moon, I'll pop them on and I'll watch them, and that's that. So I'll upgrade to the 4Ks at some point. And for the theatrical versions of the originals, I've got the 4K 77, 4K 80, and 4K 83, which, as far as I'm concerned, are as definitive as it gets. They're transfers that fans did from original theatrical prints of the original versions, and they look great. They're fabulous. So I mean, they're a nice placeholder until, you know, one hopes that someday we'll get an official release of those. But if we don't, at least I have those to enjoy, and I can enjoy them in the form that I enjoyed them in when I was a kid. So, I mean, all of the Star Wars that I enjoyed growing up and that means something to me still exists, and I can relive anytime I want. But I'm not going to shit on the new stuff, because, I mean, for some kid out there experiencing Star Wars for the first time, you know, maybe this is the first thing he saw. Maybe this is his Star Wars, you know? And that's okay, because there's a lot of Star Wars to go around. If you like the EU, great. Enjoy those stories over and over again. There's a lot of it. I mean, that went on for a long time because we didn't have any new Star Wars coming out, you know? So it's great that we got a lot of new stuff, and we're getting like live action Star Wars TV shows. That's something that was unheard of when I was growing up. That was something I dreamed of. You know, the only live action stuff we got? Well, we got the holiday special, and we got the Ewok movies. And that was it. The rest of Star Wars TV, we got Droids and Ewoks cartoons. Admittedly, I mean, Droids at least was a really good cartoon. Very rare to have a cartoon that had an actual serialized storyline back then. Most shows back then were very episodic, but you know, it really felt like a proper Star Wars show because of the tighter continuity and such. And I loved it, still love it. And I'm really happy to see that we finally have the original version of Droids available again on Disney Plus. You can actually see it in its original uncut form as originally broadcast in high definition, no less. It actually looks really nice. I just wish we get a Blu-ray set of it or something, but maybe someday. Anyway, that is it from me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and may the Force be with you. All right, 1 down, 87 billion to go. I'm not really happy with the lighting on that. I think I might switch to white light when we go to the close-ups. Wow, not a single comment, eh? All right, well, thanks for not distracting me, guys. I just want to make extra sure that I didn't leave anything in the wrapping here. I'm just going to tear it open real quick. Let's see. I don't think I did. Nope. Okay, we're good. It's empty. It's just really thick padded wrapping. I wasn't sure if there was more stuff in it. Let's have another nibble of that last pork chop. Nom. It's kind of sad. On a sad note, my mom was a big Star Wars fan, and but she didn't have the internet or anything. She didn't have any streaming services, so she never got to see all those shows or any of those shows. I know she would have loved them. Seriously, still licking yourself, Eclipse? Holy cat. So make sure I get all the bits of saran wrap because the cats will eat it. I don't know why. They seem to have this strange fascination with saran wrap. I don't know why. Like with actually eating it, like chewing on it and stuff. Well, we did Star Wars. Maybe we should do Star Trek. All right. If you're wondering what I'm humming, it's a song, I believe it's called Viva Voltron by an artist named Buckethead. And it was quite good. It was an extra that was on one of the Voltron DVDs, and I just threw it in as a little bonus when we were watching some Voltron earlier. Pretty stoked to have this one, actually. It's the only way you can get the special longer version, and it's only on the 4K discs. So, kind of cool. Is the insert in here? Yes, that's what I thought. Yes. I think it has Blu-rays as well, but oddly, the special longer version is only on the 4K discs. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, this is a really cool set that deserves its own closer look. We'll do that another time. It's just the shape of it and everything is a little awkward. Not quite sure how to make it all fit on the shelf. Generation, Kelvin. Yeah, this is quite a set. It has them all on 4K and Blu-ray. Is this the same, or does it have... I'm not sure the Next Generation one does. We'll find out. Okay. Hey! Do 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 do. Whaaat! There, there. Yeah, the only ones of these I've opened up is Next Generation. I wanted to see a bit of it. Actually, that's not a good thing to do. Let's move these over here. There, that's better. Put these here. Oh, this is going to be the biggest one, I think. What you doing, kitties? Well, so much for quick and dirty. That was a fairly lengthy update. That's alright. It's alright. So quiet out there. Time is it 2 o'clock? Alright. Well, one down. That's one more than we did yesterday. Huzzah. I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to jump into the Star Trek updates. We've got three big ones. You can see the stack over there. There's quite a lot. You can see what some of them are. You probably know what most of them are, actually. But Yeah, very cool. Pretty excited about those. Long-awaited additions to the collection, filling in some long-standing gaps. Finally, decent versions of the movies. Like, God, that took forever. I never bought the 2009 discs, by the way. I refused. I just flat out refused. I'm like, nope. I'm going to stick with my 2001 DVDs because they're basically the same quality. You know, I will mention that in the videos. But, maybe I should pull them off the shelf just to say, hey, these are the ones I've had for all this time. No, because then I'm going to want to do closer looks at those, and we'll do, maybe another time. Anyway, I've shown them before anyway. Oh, right, clips. Okay, you guys enjoy some clips. I will be back in a few minutes. Caroline is still going. It's like, then people at the bottom watching pukes upwards. Straight up like a fountain. Further grazing the train. Right here as they come back into the station. Or they're like watching, and it's like this arcing double fountain of puke just welcoming our heroes. Like a 20-gun salute, but with more puke. The 20 puke salute. That can be the name of this clip.
Light side quest.
What the fuck, JL? Ryan says, my wife would be upset. JL says, shoot her.
The fuck?
Ryan says, I'm not going to shoot my wife, JL.
What the fuck?
That was a very inappropriate place for a Jurassic Park quote, I'm just going to say.
It's a safe zone. We store equipment. With complete control of the sewer system, the tunnels enable us to
His head could turn really far.
All of our maps will indicate.
Wonder how far it can turn.
Let us go over to the
Sure your name isn't Regan? Star Trek sounds.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, sit down, Salem.
Okay.
Salem, you are 15
What the hell is
pounds.
going on here?
What happened? The fuck?
Weird. Do you see that?
Even in death, Gabrielle, I will never leave you.
Creepy. Alright, cool. Well. Shall we check out Knight Rider before it disappears?
Knight Rider.
Oh, Jesus. Knight Rider jump scare. Holy. You're floating away.
Oh, that's. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember this one. Ah! Fuck! Nah! What is even happening? Ouch! Oh my god! I'm gonna have no time to deal with the fucking boss. How do I? Oh, here we go.
Been around like
Back here.
since the 70s, guys. Jeez.
Hang on, I got a little dude here. I'm gonna go inside. What? Okay, I got a little dude that gives me laser vision. I thought it was Shield. He's blue, but he's got a little Superman logo and a little Superman cape. It's adorable. You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it, those orc muscle mommies are just something else. You crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. Just gotta keep the lights on real low. Whaaat said was, Jesus fuck. So, I'm just gonna take that as his blanket response to everything I've been saying until he says something else. So just imagine Whaaat exclaiming, Jesus fuck, after everything I just said. For like the past 10 minutes. Having pasta and cheese. Jesus fuck. Cheese was on sale. It was like half price for the good stuff. Jesus fuck. What is this delicious sauce? Oh, wait a minute. I know that flavor. Ketchup. Jesus fuck. Don't shit your pants. Don't shit your pants. Don't shit your pants. Thank you. Well. Okay. Oh, I can't. It probably wouldn't be too good to be wearing my Star Wars shirt while we're doing Star Trek, eh? Some people might take a little offense at that. Let me see here. I have a bunch of shirts here that I brought out for the different videos. I think this one or not that one. Not that one. This one, I think. Let me see here, just a plain black. Basic black. Just want to make sure this is the right one.
have a few shirts that have like a tiny little hole in them, not like a big gaping tear or anything, but just a tiny little hole that is it's enough that it looks like there's like it's like right here, and it's like it looks like there's a fluff on my shirt, like a white fluff, but it's not. It's my ghostly white skin showing through the hole, and it's not quite what we want. Just annoying. All right. So for those of you who just joined us, we're about to do the Star Trek updates. We just did a big Star Wars update. Well, big because it's me doing it and I just gabbed forever. But and now we got a trio of Star Trek updates to do. And yeah. Excuse me. Yeah? Oh yeah, I adjusted the focus already. Alright. If we move this up a bit, I think. Here. Is that good? Can't tell if that's green. Yeah. I think that's right. All right. Seeing the AI zoom going haywire. Is the chat just dead? Nobody said anything in ages, and I responded to things people said, but nobody responded to my responses. I don't know. Anyway. Greetings, everyone. Well, it is Blu-ray update time again. Was just seeing what we're... Is it all Blu-rays? It's all Blu-rays. Okay. Greetings, everyone. Well, it is Blu-ray update time again on the Multimedia Chronicles. Today, we are going to venture deep into the final frontier, where no one has gone before. Yes, at long last, I have filled some long-standing gaps in my Star Trek collection. So many, in fact, that this is going to be one of 3 updates. Yeah, we got quite a lot of stuff to talk about. And the funny thing is, I'm still not caught up. There's still even more stuff I need to get. But I decided to focus on the sort of big priority ones that I've been wanting for a long time, or ones that came out recently that I really wanted to add to the collection as well. And yeah, so we got quite a few things to cover over the next few updates, so let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it and beam aboard the Enterprise for Star Trek today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. Alright, so we're going to head to the update table here, get up close and personal, and check out what we got. Welcome back. Alrighty, so we have the update table all ready to go. So let's zoom in a bit and see what we got. this. Okay, hold on. Okay, well, let's start with the granddaddy of them all, one that's been missing from my collection for far too long, but I'm glad to say this is a big gap that's finally been filled. We have the complete series Blu-ray set of da 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 da. Okay, I'll stop doing that right now. Star Trek: The Next Generation. Now let's just switch over to yeah, it's a little better. Let me do that one too. Yeah. Alright, a little brighter, a little sharper. Okay, I just noticed in the Star Wars update, the color was, yeah, it was alright, but it wasn't great, you know. I feel like we could do a little better there. There we go. Excellent. So, we have the nice box set of Star Trek: The Next Generation on Blu-ray. This is quite a massive set. All 7 seasons, all 178 episodes. Where are we going here? There. Okay. Just trying to get the focus consistent here. So this is in 2 giant keep cases. Let's slide one of these out here and you can take a look. So here's the first one, which is seasons 1 through 4. And there you go. Pretty nice. Now, what can I say about this packaging? For the most part, I don't mind these giant keep cases, because when you open them up, yeah, well, a lot of the times with these giant keep cases, you can actually fully take the insides out and just kind of set them aside. In this case, they're actually they're stuck inside. Now, I don't mind that so much. What I do mind, however, is, what can I show you here? The fact that they're stacking discs. So each hub has 2 discs on it, and I don't like that. I mean, sure, they're Blu-rays, so they don't really scratch much, and I mean, it does save you a lot of shelf space, but it's just annoying. So if we open, see, I can't even, and then there's no insert booklet or anything. You basically have all the contents of the discs listed on the inside of the slipcase, which is fine. I mean, I guess you can slip it out and just have it on hand, but it's, I don't know. It's just, I like the savings of shelf space. It does take up a lot less space than if you bought the 7 seasons individually, but the lack of a booklet and the stacking discs is definitely something I could do without. So, anyway, that said, a fairly affordable set, and quite nice to have all 7 seasons compact and ready to go. So quite a lot of stuff on here. Let me just show you the box here while we go through the contents very quickly. So we have special features. We have reunification, 25 years after Star Trek The Next Generation. Star Trek The Next Generation inside the writer's room. Energized, taking the Next Generation to the next level. Resistance is futile, assimilating Star Trek The Next Generation. Gag reels, HD except for Season 1. Deleted scenes, HD on select episodes. And audio commentary tracks on select episodes. So, pretty good. I mean, a pretty nicely loaded set, sure to delight fans. And then the other set here has Seasons 5 through 7. There you go. And same deal as before, contents listed on the inside. If we just kind of slip this out real quick and take a look. And there you go. So disc by disc breakdowns, which is nice, sure. But, I mean, it would have been nicer to have a, a proper booklet. Now, that said, all the extras that they list on the back is not all of the extras. I mean, if you just take a look here, you can see there's a ton of stuff here. Where is the, there. Ton of stuff. Every disc has something. So, quite a lot to go through. So, now this isn't the first time I've collected Star Trek The Next Generation. I did actually start collecting the laser discs back in the day, but I mean, those were pricey, man. It was like $60 for each volume, and each volume only had 2 episodes on it, one on each side of the disc. So, you know, as much as people will complain about the fact that this set is about, $150, $200, it's a hell of a good deal when you kind of look at how much these seasons have gone for in the past. Like, the original DVD releases of Next Generation were $150 per season on DVD. But this is the fully remastered, rebuilt, reconstructed, everything high def version, which looks amazing. They got all the original film elements they could get their hands on, including for the special effects and whatnot. The only things that they redid were things like phasers and transporters and any kind of optical effects and effects things like lasers and glowing effects or whatever, any kind of post-production effects like that. But the thing about Star Trek The Next Generation is this was still when they did everything on film, so they had like just an absolute wealth of archival material that they could pull out, rescan, and rebuild the episodes in high def using the original masters as a guide, and basically reconstructed all 178 episodes from scratch, and it looks amazing. Like, it was really done very lovingly. Kind of along the lines of what they did with the original series when they remastered that and had both. Now, with the original series, of course, they had both the original effects and the redone CG effects as an option. They do not have that as an option on the Next Generation because I guess it just would have been too much to remaster everything. Plus, the problem was a lot of those old optical effects were all done in standard definition anyway, so it really would have looked like crap compared. Because this is back in the day when they would shoot everything on film, but they tended to edit and master everything on tape to save time and money. So all the completed masters of the original broadcast versions would only exist in standard def. So essentially, to put Next Generation in high def meant they had to rebuild all of the episodes using all of the existing film elements and then redo all of the optical effects and whatnot in high definition from scratch. But those were pretty easy to do with today's digital technology. And, everything was done very lovingly and very respectfully of the original artist's work. And it's fantastic. I cannot say enough nice things about this set. There's a handful of episodes where they weren't able to find the film elements for, a shot or two here and there, but that was it. Now, I have seen some of the Star Trek Next Generation stuff before in the form of these single disc releases that they put out. Where are we here? Where the hell is the focus? There. So this is, but these single disc releases present the movie versions a bunch of basically all of the two-part stories, or most of the two-part stories, which is pretty cool. So I had a few of these a few years back, and well, finally picked up the two I was missing, which was this one, Best of Both Worlds. Let me just get rid of that. And yeah, so if you just want sort of a quick and dirty, you know, inexpensive taste of what the high def ones are like, these are a good way to get a sampling of that. There we go. So this is, of course, the famous one where Picard gets assimilated by the Borg and becomes Locutus of Borg. If you've ever seen the second Next Generation movie, First Contact, that was a wonderful sort of resolution to that storyline. Great movie. Best of the Next Generation movies by far. So it's great to finally have this version, and then the series collection has the episodic versions. I don't know why they didn't include both. Well, actually I do, because then they could sell you this, right? And this also has some exclusive special features as well. So pretty cool. Anyway, so we got that, and the other one I was missing was the finale, All Good Things, which of course originally aired as a 2-hour special. I remember seeing this when it first aired, and it was great. And it looks like I haven't actually opened this up yet, so let's do that right now, shall we? And take a look. And boy, talk about a great finale. Like, this is one of the all-time great final episodes of a show ever. They really did a satisfying ending to it, I have to say. Really enjoyed this episode a lot, and love how it tied in all the way back to the very first episode, Encounter at Farpoint, and everything like that. So very, very cool. And then I guess if we pop that out, get a little shot of the Enterprise there. So very nice. Yeah, Paramount doesn't really do much for disc art, which is why I'm not really going out of my way to show you the disc art. These did originally have slipcovers, but of course because I waited so long to get them, the slipcovers are long gone. Next up, well, you can't have the Next Generation saga without the recently aired conclusion, Picard. Yes, the complete series of Picard, which just came out, I guess last year, fairly recently. But yeah, so kind of what my thinking is with the Star Trek shows is I'm just waiting for the complete series sets of them, because it's just so much more convenient, saves you shelf space, you know. So let's open this one up as well. And we'll take a look inside. So Picard, I have watched most of the first season. I really have to sit down and watch the rest of it. I'm kind of inclined though, like I just kind of want to sit down and watch all of the Next Generation, and then jump in, and then the movies, and then jump into this. So there we go. So I haven't even seen the inside. What's in here? Okay, yeah, it looks like they did the same thing as they did with the Next Generation set. They have the contents on the insert. We'll look at that in just a second here. So it looks like, yeah, in this case we have individual trays for each disc. No stacking. Very nice. To be fair, these were really short seasons. This is from, the current era of streaming. So, not as many discs. And in fact, this entire series is what, 30 episodes? Yeah, it's like a little more than the equivalent of a single episode of Next Generation. Next Generation usually had about typically 26 episodes a season. And yeah, so there we go. So we got quite a lot of stuff on here. A lot of special features, looks like. Deleted extended scenes, all kinds of featurettes and retrospectives and stuff like that. So yeah, I know fans seemed a little mixed on it. I liked what I saw of it. I thought it looked pretty cool. It was great to see the Next Generation crew come back as well. I understand they're even more so in the final season, which is basically like a lot of fans just kind of consider it season 8 of the Next Generation, because it very much feels more like a Next Generation season than just just a Picard season. So that's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to, diving back into the world of the Next Generation. I haven't really seen much of it for a long time. So, great stuff. Now, there was, of course, that Picard set that came out that includes all of this stuff. But, I don't know. I feel like that does a disservice to the Next Generation, because it's not just Picard, it's an ensemble show. All the Star Trek shows are ensemble shows, so come on, let's. But anyway, that Picard set did look pretty nice, I will say that. Next up, we got the first ever prequel in the Star Trek universe, Star Trek Enterprise. Yeah. Now, I saw bits and pieces of this when it originally aired, but I didn't really catch too much of it. I don't think I had cable at the time, so it was kind of difficult for me to watch. My girlfriend at the time enjoyed it, and she liked it a lot, so I would watch episodes with her occasionally whenever I'd go over to her place. But but I didn't really see a lot of it. I know my mom really liked this one a lot. Mom was a huge Star Trek fan as well as Star Wars, but so she didn't have Blu-ray, but she had the DVDs of most of them. She had this one, she had Next Generation, and she had Voyager. She never really liked Deep Space Nine for some reason, but so let's open this one up. Main thing was I really wanted to get the Blu-ray sets of the shows from the original era. So, of course, as most of you know, I got the original series Blu-rays ages ago, and absolutely love them. My only complaint with those is they put them in air date order instead of production order, which all the previous video releases had been in. So there we go. But Enterprise is notable in that it was the first show to be done natively in high definition, like in digital high definition, like actually being edited and mastered in high definition. The first season I don't think was like full high def. They kind of like went more high def as they went on. By the time you get to the end, it's like full 1080. Disc's falling out here. That's great. Yeah, so it looks like same deal here. We got the big tray inside and discs stacked on top of discs. Yeah, not wild about that. And then again, same deal. We have all the contents on the insert. So let's just take a look there real quick. And there you go. And as you can see, quite a lot of material there to go through. So yeah, good stuff. So anyway, fast forward a few years, Netflix had all the classic Treks, at least here in Canada. So I sat down one day, couple of weeks, and finally watched the entire first season of Enterprise. Now, I know this is another one that fans were kind of mixed on, saying, oh, it looks too high-tech to be earlier than the original series. Like, well, yeah, it's also, 30 years later, so they're not going to make it look... I mean, nowadays they might do something like that. You could go with the old chonky tech, because there is a retro appeal to that. I love chonky tech. And I love the look and feel of the original series. So it would have been nice to go with that. But, I mean, come on. I mean, it's a great cast. You got Scott Bakula, and lots of interesting storylines. From what I've seen, they're starting to get into the time travel stuff and whatnot, which, I mean, I'm a sucker for time travel stories. I love that stuff. So, so I'm looking forward to diving in and watching the rest of it. And unfortunately, this was kind of the end of the classic era as well, because after this... it didn't do as well as the previous 3 shows, so they canceled it before it was really done. I mean, the idea, I think, was that they kind of settled into the idea of each Star Trek show being 7 seasons at the time, and this got 4. So it presumably would have had 3 more seasons, but unfortunately did not last. But I understand what we did get is pretty damn good. And last, but most certainly not least, the first of the new era of shows, we got Discovery, the complete series. Yeah, and see, this is another reason I like to wait for the complete series. This one has an all-new bonus disc that is not in the individual season sets. So, another reason to wait for the complete series sets sometime. And this one, I actually did get the slipcover because I basically got it as soon as it came out. So, we just slide that off. There we go. Very nice. fairly sturdy slipcover too. I like that. So there we go. I have not seen very much of Discovery. I understand it's kind of an interesting one because it starts off as a prequel, and then about halfway through there's this like time jump where it goes way into the future, and it's actually it actually goes like past the era of Picard, which is Picard was notable at the time because it was the first thing we had post Nemesis for a very long time, outside of Star Trek Online, by the way, which for a long time was the only sort of, you know, I don't know, call it interactive or motion media based sequel to, or, you know, something taking place in the post Nemesis era. Of course, there's tons of books and whatnot and comics, but you know, that was the first show or like on-screen thing that we had in a long time. And then Discovery just basically said, well, hold our beer. They started off as a prequel, did a time jump, and then went even farther into the future. And so it's both a prequel and sequel. If you want to go chronologically, you just kind of watch this and then watch a bunch of the other stuff and then come back to this like after you've watched everything else. I'm not going to do it that way. That would be crazy. That would take forever. But yeah, looking forward to diving into this. I only watched the first few episodes, and I thought it looked pretty interesting and, you know, some new ideas and whatnot. And I know, again, fans were kind of mixed on it, but they seemed to warm up to it in the later seasons. So I gather this is one of those shows that just kind of gets better as it goes. I mean, let's face it, Next Generation didn't start off great either, did it? It really wasn't until Season 3 that it really hit its stride. Not to say that Season 1 and 2 suck, but, you know, they weren't as strong as the later seasons. So let's open this one up. Looks like it's the same thing again. Oh my god, we actually have disc art. Holy moly. We never get disc art. Oh, and look, Season 3. So I guess that's where it comes into its stride. They were so proud of Season 3, they gave it disc art. That is honestly like incredibly rare for Paramount. Like, look at this, all the seasons 1 and 2. It's all, oh no, and wait a minute, and Season 4 has no disc art. What is going on here? Never mind. Okay, my theory has just been completely disproven in real time. The first 3 seasons had disc art, and then they just abandoned it and went back to their boring old basic blue. Boring basic blue. Anyway, that's okay. Kind of nice to get some disc art there. We'll maybe take a little peek at that in a minute. And then once again, all the contents on the insert. And there we go. And this one, yeah, I mean, again, I mean, there's a pretty good chunk of extras on here. So, cool. Although, again, because these are streaming seasons, they're shorter seasons, so they don't have as many episodes. And yet they've stacked the discs anyway. Yeah, that's great. Come on. Anyway, here's some of the disc art for you. You see that? I can't tell. It doesn't want to focus on. There. And then there. And you know what? I'm not going to show you all these. Just suffice it to say there's disc art on the first 3 seasons. It's going to take too long. I'll just give you the basics, the gist. There you go. So you got these kind of like looking over the shoulder profiles. Then you got these side profiles. And then you got like actual sort of, you know, twofers. You got 2 side-by-side characters there. So anyway, very nice. So, Discovery. I look forward to discovering more of Discovery. So, a few shows I still need to get. Well, Deep Space Nine's obviously a big one from the classic era. AKA, no, we don't want to do Babylon 5, Mr. Straczynski. We just want to do Star Trek. And then they do Deep Space Nine instead of Babylon 5. Like, yeah. There's like whole articles on the internet you can read about that. Like, yeah, that was just full-on highway robbery. Like, Straczynski basically gave them his show Bible proposing Babylon 5, and they passed on it, and then they put out Deep Space Nine. And a lot of the story points are a little too similar, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about that. Anyway, give me a second here. And there you go. So, quite a stack of Trek. Anyway, yeah, so what is it? So I gotta get Deep Space Nine, Voyager. I've still got some boxes of Mum's DVDs to go through. I'm pretty sure Voyager is in one of those, so I'm gonna hold off buying any more Star Trek stuff until I get those, because I know Deep Space Nine and Voyager will likely never get Blu-ray releases just because of the lack of available high definition elements, and also the with Deep Space Nine, that was and Voyager both actually. That was when they went to full CG rather than physical models for the spaceships and stuff. So I think there's some physical models, but yeah, the reason they were able to do Next Generation high def was because all the source elements existed on film, and as I said, they just had to redo some of the effects, like the post-production effects. With Deep Space Nine and Voyager, however, even though they have all the on-set film elements and location film elements, all the effects were done in standard def CG. So, yeah. So it would be too cost prohibitive, and the problem is those two are a lot more niche than, say, original series and Next Generation, which have much broader appeal. So it just isn't cost effective, and I really don't see them doing it anytime soon, if ever, which is unfortunate. So for now, we're stuck with DVDs for those. But hey, it's only 14 seasons of Trek stuck forever in standard def, while all the rest of it is in high def. Think of it this way. You know how long Supernatural was? 15 seasons. It's basically that length minus one season. Like, it's huge. That's a lot of Trek to be unfortunately stuck in standard def lane. So here's hoping they find a way to do it. Just as long as it's not some freaking AI upscaling or something like that. I don't know. Like, especially, like, that would be a real sadness, honestly, if they just went for the lazy route of doing AI upscaling for it. Instead, when they have all these film elements that they could use, and they could do the Next Generation treatment. But the problem is they would literally have to redo every single effects shot. So that's why we don't have those on Blu-ray, if anybody was wondering. So it's just not in the same league or with the same available elements as the other shows. And then when you get into stuff like Enterprise, well, Enterprise was natively made in high def, even though they were doing all CG effects, and it was sufficient quality that they could put it on Blu-ray. And yeah, I mean, I've looked at at least the Netflix versions, which are the high def versions, and they look pretty good. So I'm definitely looking forward to checking out the Blu-rays and seeing how they look. But yeah, so there's those two, and then Lower Decks just came out with a complete series set, so I need to get that. Prodigy, I think, has a complete series set. And I gotta say, one thing I really like about the new Star Trek shows is the fact that they are making them inside. Where's our focus here? Here? I don't know. Hold on. If I lean forward a bit. Oh. Sorry, I'm bumping the camera. Here, if I put this here. about that. Focus was just being a little wonky. Go there. The thing I like about one of the things I really like about all of the new Star Trek shows that have been coming out is that they seem to have been very specifically gearing different shows to different demographics. So you have stuff like, Picard, which appeals to the old school fans. You got Strange New Worlds now, which also appeals to the old school fans. I freaking love Strange New Worlds, by the way. To me, out of all the new stuff that I've seen, I've at least seen, clips and previews and stuff, so I'm not unfamiliar with, the tone of each one. Strange New Worlds is the one that feels the most like classic Trek to me, honestly. Like, it really feels like a classic Star Trek show. And I love the cast in it, and I love the storylines, and it just really has that old school feel, but with, more modern effects and whatnot. And I think it's great. It's also the first Star Trek show, talk about high def, the first Star Trek show to be done natively in 4K. Yeah, so we're actually getting 4K releases of it. It's the only Star Trek show in 4K. Beyond that, the only other Star Trek we have in 4K is the movies, and that's it. So, which makes sense because they're big budget, shot on film, everything. But yeah, kind of cool. So I do have the first season of Strange New Worlds on Blu-ray. It was gifted to me by one of my viewers. So for that one, I'm basically just kind of watching it as it comes out, and then I'll grab the complete series 4K set when that comes out. Really looking forward to having that one in the collection. I don't know how many seasons they're planning to do. I know that it's quite successful. And it's very appreciated by fans and critics alike. So so here's hoping that it gets a nice, properly deluxe set when it's all done. Meanwhile, just keep enjoying it as it comes out. And then you have Prodigy, which is geared more towards younger viewers. You have Lower Decks, which is basically geared towards the college crowd a little bit, and I think that's great because it kind of breaks the mold of old school Trek, where old school Trek it seemed to just appeal to nerds like us, But there was a broader appeal to it, but not quite to the extent that I feel the new stuff has, where it more specifically, there's a little something for everybody in terms of the target audience for each show, and I like that. I feel like they've kind of opened Star Trek up to a wider potential audience that way, which I think honestly was a really smart way to bring it back. Was to bring it back with a variety of shows that appeal to a variety of demographics, and just kind of expand the appeal of the franchise. And then, whatever an individual's gateway into Trek is, whether it be, getting drunk with their buddies and watching Lower Decks and laughing their butts off, or, if they're, little kids watching Prodigy and they enjoy that. As they grow older, they'll become curious about the older shows and want to check them out as well. And by then, they'll have like nice Blu-ray sets and whatnot that they can look at and experience all of it. There's so much out there by this point. It's crazy because I remember when The Next Generation first came on TV, and it was a huge deal because there had been no Star Trek on television other than repeats of the original series in almost 20 years. And even in terms of the movies, we only had the first 4 movies. Like Star Trek Next Generation started in 1987, so it came out in between Star Trek 4 and 5. Star Trek 4 was 1986, and Star Trek 5 was like 1989, so Next Generation was in like its 3rd season by that point. So that was it. Like, we had the movies, but even then there were only 4 movies. Which, I rewatched those first 4 movies many times over because they were great. But it's crazy to think that back then there was just so little Star Trek out there, And then as soon as Next Generation came out, it was a huge hit pretty much right out of the gate, and just opened the floodgates. And then it for like a good decade or so, it was like or almost like 2 decades, there was almost never a year that went by that didn't have at least one, often two overlapping Star Trek shows running concurrently. Plus, we had the movies, at least up until Nemesis, and then and then it just kind of crapped out for a while. But then it came back with the cat feeder going off, the cat's food replicator there, we got the Next Generation movies up to Nemesis, and then that just kind of killed it because Nemesis wasn't that great, and Enterprise just kind of fizzled out, and the franchise just stagnated for a while. Continued much like Star Wars did. It continued in like side media, like comic books and novels and stuff, but that was it. Like there was a long period there where there wasn't about almost. Well, I guess. What was it? When did Enterprise end? Was 2005. Yeah, so I guess, it wasn't that long of a break. It wasn't like, when Doctor Who went on hiatus for 17 years. But it was, it was a good 4 or 5 years before we had any new Star Trek. And then we got the Kelvinverse, which fans were very split on and stuff. But it was even longer before we got new Star Trek on television. When did this come out? Was 2017. That's crazy. So it was from 12 years. 12 years until we had Star Trek back on our television screens. So actually pretty damn close to the length of time Doctor Who was off the air. Yeah, and it's funny because Star Trek and Doctor Who are almost parallel in terms of how long they've been running. Like if you go with Star Trek, if you count from the original pilot, which was produced in 1964, it's 1 year younger than Doctor Who, which started in 1963. So the two longest running sci-fi franchises in history, and they're both still going strong to this day. And I love them both. Alrighty, well that is it for the Star Trek TV update, but that is not it for the Star Trek updates. We got 2 more coming your way, so stay tuned for those very soon. Until then, thanks for watching, and live long and prosper. Hey, Draven, how's it going? Says the way the discs in those sets are packaged is giving me PTSD. That 25th anniversary Back to the Future set from 2010, the discs were stacked and trying to get them out was a nightmare. Was that the ones that had those weird hubless things and they had to give you instructions on how to extract the discs? I have a few other sets like that. There were some Canadian sets put out by Alliance of various TV shows. And they had hubs like that. I hated them. Thankfully, the version of the Blu-rays that I got were a re-release that came out later that didn't have those hubs, or hubless ones. Yeah. The one I have now, I've got the flux capacitor set for Back to the Future, but which just has a normal kind of digipack inside. Sweetie. Nom nom nom. Hangia says the Rugrats complete series is in a terrible package like that as well. Well, I think that's Paramount again, isn't it? Aren't all the Nickelodeon ones released through Paramount? And yes, that was the one, yeah. Crazy. That's quite a stack of Trek. It's going to take me so long to watch all of these. I think, well, Next Generation at least, I think is something I'll probably put on in the background, because I've seen a good chunk of them, obviously, but nowhere near all of them. I know there's a bunch, like, in the sort of middle seasons that I haven't seen. I know. Yeah. I mean, at least all the discs are secure, but, you know. It does save shelf space. Yeah, they did this weird thing a few years ago where they re-released a lot of TV show sets in packaging like this, and some of them, like you would get it would be like the Next Generation set here, where it's like they have two keep cases, one with the first half, one with the second half, but they would sell them separately. Not of this one, but other shows, they would sell them separately. So you'd buy like half the series, and then in one of those giant keep cases, and then have to get the other half later. So it was weird. Anyway, I'm just glad to finally have some gaps in the collection filled. I mean, it's such a massive franchise. It's great to have some of the big key ones, and in particular to have the rest of the classic ones. All the ones that are available in high def, have them in high def. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Mom had Voyager, so I'll just hang on to her set whenever I find it in her boxes. And then, yeah. Oh. Slowly working our way through. Yeah, I really left all of this too long. But, yeah. What can you do? But I wanted to get at least a few of these done to kind of pare down this stack next to me. And then, we gotta do the horror update. The horror update is gonna be basically a marathon. It's gonna be insane. I don't even know if I will physically be able to do it all in one day. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try. So I want to post it on September 1st as the big launch of Halloween season, but I don't know if it's gonna be ready. I don't know if I literally don't know if there's enough hours in the day for me to film all of it. Like, I cannot stress how massive that update's gonna be. It's gonna be one for the ages, man. I'm telling you. It's crazy. And so far, the two we've done have run like over a half hour, and there's really not going to be much in the way of editing. I'm doing these very guerrilla style. Just trying to get them done. Because honestly, most people don't give a shit. They just want to know what I got. They don't care about the production value. So I'm like, why am I even bothering to do all this? Take all this time to do them all like this when nobody freaking cares. So, I don't know. Just the way I am, I guess. But, again, lick. Oh, of course, because she just ate. Of course. They always gotta lick after they eat. It's like, for us, we just go and wash our hands. But for them, they don't have hands. So, you can see her going in the corner there. Ugh. Isn't it your tail? swear you cats must have the most pristine, clean tails. I swear they spend more time just licking their tails. Like, are you actually cleaning or are you just, like, stimming? Ridiculous. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, just looking at all this stuff, I'm like, man, there's so much Trek I have just never seen, you know? Crazy. Yeah, here, it's originally set a decade before Star Trek, the original series. And then... Right, it crosses over into Strange New Worlds. Strange New Worlds actually started here, apparently. And then they time jump 1,000 years into the future. 65 episodes. Hey, the magic syndication number. Cool. Yeah, well, this will be fun. Actually, the reason I ended up starting so late today was because we had the Voltron screening earlier, which was awesome. It was great. We had a lot of fun. It was a good batch of episodes this week, very important ones. And, yeah, otherwise, I mean, the plan was originally just to start right when I had my morning coffee, you know. So, I don't know. I might actually call it a night here, and then we'll pick it up again during the day and try to get some more. So I can just spend the day doing it, then, you know. It'll be kind of like almost a test run. I don't want to say training, but like a test run to see how much I can go through in a day, to kind of gear up for doing the horror update. Yeah, so I know that's one you guys have been looking forward to. And I got some horror packages, which have been sitting there forever, like almost since last Halloween. I'm so sorry, guys, for those of you who sent me packages and been waiting forever for me to do them. Yeah. We'll get them going soon. But the good news is the new backdrop arrived. So when we get to doing the Halloween updates, we're going to put up a new dungeon wall. And I got a stand for it, a proper stand, so I can actually move it around if I need to. So, so that's pretty cool. Completely forgot that I sent you a package. That's how long it's been. So long you weren't sure if you actually did or if you just dreamed it. Church, get down from there. Hey, psst. You don't go up there. Thank you. Come on, don't be a troublemaker. Just be nice. You've been so good today. You've been such a good boy. Even when I was, playing around at the stand and stuff, figuring out how it worked, you were very, very helpful. Yeah. So just waking up and Sean's already bathing in the purple rain. I know, right? Purple rain. I don't know if you saw yesterday's stream. We got some pretty cool lighting going for that when we were doing our talking about ghosts and stuff. So, but yeah, it's cool because these new light bars are just all LED based. So, and they're directional, so I can really kind of manipulate the light quite nicely. So we're gonna try to play around with that a bit with the Halloween stuff. That's also, doing these updates is kind of giving me an opportunity to experiment a bit with stuff that, I don't really care too much about it being super high production value because they're just update videos. But you know, the Halloween stuff is a little specialer to me, so I want to make sure that we do things in a cool way for that. So I got some ideas. Ugh. Yes. Yes, indeedly doodly. Church, chill out, dude. Oh, it's fucking 3:30. That's why they're crazy. It's crazy time. It's the witching hour. The cats always go nuts around this time. What are you doing? You just running around? Hmm? You all full of beans now? No? Six and he doesn't quite know what to do with himself. So he'll just run back and forth a little bit, and then he'll just go loaf somewhere. Says he watched the VOD yesterday morning. Ah, yes, wet movie. Yeah, that was great. And Aficionados Chris raided me with some of his friends and collaborators. Rosie talking about how haunted your apartment is. Yeah. Also tell Rosie I said congrats on graduating high school. Absolutely, I will let her know. Yeah, kind of crazy. It's like everything's happening now, you know. Always gives me chills when I look at the clock at 3:15 a.m. Really? 3:15. Just because you know that's the hour when things happen. Yeah. Well, and, you know, being in a ridiculously haunted apartment. Oh, well, apartment building. And then, and apartment. And then having the cats start to act up exactly around that time, you know, it's like, what do you see? What do you know, church? What are you privy to that you're not telling me? Boo-ba-da-boo-ba-da-boo-ba-da-boo. Oh. Let's see here. Things that we can put away. Well, maybe. How's our battery? Battery is almost dead. Okay, cool. Well, we'll start off with the Star Trek movies tomorrow. I'll give you guys a preview because I love you. You know I avoided the 2009 Blu-ray releases like the plague, but they finally did them right. So I got... Jesus! Calm down, Zoom. It includes the 4Ks and the Blu-rays, and the Blu-rays are the new transfers that they use for the 4Ks. So, there you go. So got those. Got the Next Generation set, which also includes the Blu-rays. Yeah, includes both. It's nice when they do that. And everybody's favorite, the Kelvin trilogy. This has all the extras that used to be retailer exclusive bullshit, so it has everything in there. And I actually legitimately love this movie. The very first Star Trek movie, the big deluxe edition. This is a little misleading. It's not just the director's edition. It's actually all 3 cuts. Well, there's nothing to see there. It's all 3 cuts, and it's the only place you can get the special longer version, which was originally, I guess, the network television version, and the version that I had on VHS many moons ago, and rewatched the most out of all the versions. So, yes, Razor My Reviews. Uber Trek update. Just because. 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 Yes. Almost didn't walk at my graduation, but I was, but it was after my mom had her stroke, so I wanted to do it. She could see it in case something happened in the future with her health. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm sure that was a proud moment for her too, you know. Even if, like, I don't know how the stroke affected her. I mean, I know sometimes it can affect the comprehension and such, so, but I mean, I'm sure even if that was the case, she would still, her heart would still swell with pride seeing her boy, my boy, finally graduating. Yeah, I went to Rose's graduation. That one I filmed in 8K, mainly because I was in the frickin' nosebleeds, and I knew that if I filmed it in 8K, I could digital zoom, as long as the focus was good, and yeah. It actually worked out pretty well, honestly. Yeah, if I do like a 1080p version of it, it'll look incredible. So, your dad was sleeping the whole time through your graduation? No. I assume you mean through the stroke. Wow. But I mean, how do you know? Sometimes there's not really a, you know, an obvious indication that's going to wake you up. You know, it's crazy. But, life. Life's little... Oh, through your graduation. Oh, he went to your graduation and slept through it? Yeah. On the plus side, where we were sitting, it meant that I didn't have a lot of traffic coming by. Like, I remember going to one of Rose's events when she was a kid, and filming. I gotta find that. I don't think I've actually done an edit of it. I need to find that, because I'm sure she would love to see it. She loved seeing videos from when she was little. Because her mom wouldn't go to any of her events. Like if she did a play or a concert or something. I went to as many as I possibly could. I didn't want to miss any. And I don't think I did, actually. I'm pretty sure I went to all of them that she did. She didn't do a ton of them, honestly. Like, she didn't do, like, a lot of concerts and stuff. She didn't really like performing in front of the whole world. But, you know, the few that she did do, I made sure to go to and be supportive. And I just don't understand how, as a parent, you would not want to go to your child's performance, you know? Like, for me, the real joy, and any parent will tell you this, the joy of the moment when you see your kid, like, looking kind of stressed, trying to find you in the audience, and then the moment they see you in the audience, the look on their face is just one of pure joy, and it just instantly melts your heart. and just they're so excited and so happy to see you there, and that you're there to see their show. You know, it just means the world to them, and you see their faces, their little faces just light up when they see you in the audience, and know that you're there. You know, and you can see like all the stress just drain away because they know you're there. You know, so there was no fucking way I was going to deny my child that experience, you know, and the experience for me of seeing my child up there performing, doing a song or a dance or whatever it was, you know, it was great. Yeah, unfortunately there was a few that I think I wasn't able to bring the camera, but, you know, whenever I could, I did. But I remember one that, I don't remember what specific concert it was, but it was in this, like, packed auditorium, and I had the camera set up with the tripod, just, you know, the way I do. And people just kept bumping into me and tripping over the camera and stuff. It was driving me mental. So, for the graduation, I was really happy. I didn't like that we were so far away from the stage, but I knew that the camera had sufficient resolution. I could kind of compensate for it by just filming in ridiculous resolution, and that was fine. But I liked the fact that where we were positioned, it wasn't a high traffic area, so people weren't like, you know, nobody bumped into me the whole time I was there, which was great. So yeah. And that's probably the last thing. I mean, unless Rosie becomes a rock star or something. But, yeah. I'm mildly annoyed. This is completely unrelated. I'm mildly annoyed by the, Hammer Films release of Curse of Frankenstein. The reason I'm mildly annoyed by it is they did it in collaboration with Warner Archive, which means that Warner Archive has the North American distribution rights for that film, which means, despite the fact that I've collected every single motherfucking release from Hammer Films, in-house boutique label thus far, that particular one they won't ship to North America because Warner has the rights tied up here. Fortunately, I have friends in the UK. I am making arrangements, but it's just a pain in the ass to have to even do that, and I hate it. But hey, as long as it ultimately gets into my hands, I'm happy. In fact, the pre-order for that opens today, I think. Yes. It opens today. In fact, I think it already opened maybe an hour or so ago. So here's hoping I can get it because, you know, keep those donos coming, guys. Those sets aren't cheap. Fuck, I might just have to chance it with the budget. I don't know. Because that's definitely one I don't want to miss out on, and I feel like it's going to sell out fast. Also, with the pre-orders, if you get them in early enough, there's additional bonus items that the first few orders get. Like there's a poster and, I don't know, some other stuff I can't remember. That's not as important to me. It's really just to get the set. Especially since I'm trying to collect the whole collection, right? So, it's not often I've had the opportunity to get in on the ground floor with a new boutique label and just kind of collect everything as it comes out. And so far I've kept up with the Hammer releases. But they're starting to release them more frequently, which is very stressful on the budget. But Dark City, see, that's an example of one that sold out really fast. That one was sent to me by one of my UK viewers. It's in one of the packages sitting over there. So, yeah, all the more reason we got to get those package openings done. But, that's bollocks. Yeah, I know, right? Holy guacamole, vermin. Ugh. I gotta hear the message.
Let's get some support rolling in, shall we? Anything you donate helps Zed create more stuff, supports future filming and content for your viewing pleasure. Look out, there is a spooky ghost behind you. Only I can see her. She has her spooky norks out.
Spooky Norks are the best Norks. TMNT, I did pre-order that one. That was actually thanks to you guys, by the way. You guys made that set happen. You guys who contribute through the donos like Vermin just dropped, you guys made that TMNT set happen. I wouldn't have been able to get it otherwise right now. Yeah, I think I ended up having to shell out like $26. The rest was all you guys, donos from that week. So, yeah, I pre-ordered the 4K of the TMNT Arrow set. If you're wondering which version I got, there's two versions of the box art. I got the one with the new art rather than the movie poster art. Because, I mean, we've all seen the movie poster art 1,000 times. Yes, I love that artwork. It's a great poster. But I thought, well, let's go with the new artwork because it's more kind of specific to this set. And, yeah. And it sounds like they haven't announced the extras yet. They're announcing the extras September 26th, I think they said. But the rumor is they're going to have a lot of the archival stuff on there that we've been wanting to have in a deluxe set of the movies for ages. So I'm hoping we have the hour-long making-of special, which was released on VHS a million years ago. Hoping we have the Barbara Walters interview, which is frickin' hilarious. And I hear rumors they might also have the Coming Out of Their Shells tour and the making of that as well, which would be pretty cool to have all that stuff on there. And then just whatever other archival stuff they can get there. I mean, you know, Arrow, generally speaking. Yes, I'm still sore about the Dune set. Generally speaking, goes all out for their sets. So, yeah. So here's hoping that that's the case with this one. It sounds like it's going to be. It sounds like they're trying to do right by the fans and give us the kind of set we've been wanting forever. Like, yeah, I have the old, the 25th anniversary pizza box set. Great packaging, nothing new. And not the greatest transfers either, so... Yeah, Arrow's been definitely knocking it out of the park with their transfers, though. Yeah, I unfortunately missed out on the Dollars trilogy, the limited editions. There, they sold out pretty fast, apparently. But the general consensus seems to be they are the best sets that have ever come out for those movies. So, yeah. Did the Zoom just stop working? His hand? They probably can't see me because I'm too far away. It's like the gesture works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. Now it's ignoring me now. I don't know. The Zoom was working. It was working almost too much before. But I have to walk a bit to get my... I'll have to wait a bit to get my pre-order, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. Like, I did catch up last year. When we got the first wave of the inheritance money, but fallen a little behind again because it's taken a little longer than expected to get the rest of it in. So here's hoping we get it before the end of Halloween. But and then I'll catch up on whatever I can that hasn't already sold out. Or if you guys get some donos going, I can get caught up right away, and then we'll be good, and I'll have more stuff to talk about in videos for you. So, yeah. Just a little lick machine over there, mister. And Eclipse is just zonked out. I think you can see her zonked out on the couch, just barely. Over there, yeah. Wibbly ghostly Norkers. I'm still cracking up about, I escaped! That was just the most ham-fisted edit. I escaped! Ha 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 ha! Like, no, you fucking didn't. So we're talking about the last couple episodes of Voltron. There was some very clumsy censorship in those, covering up some character deaths. Yeah, we watched the Go Lion version afterwards, and like, yeah, he didn't escape. He did not escape. It's like, oh, thankfully he landed in water. No. He landed on his face in a pile of jagged rocks. He landed in water. Oh my god. It was incredible. Like, the censorship was just, it was hilarious. We've been watching Voltron and then also watching the original uncut Japanese versions, which are so different and so much more violent. And, you know, characters meet very final ends in it. And then seeing how they gloss it over in Voltron, it's like, oh no, he's just sleeping. Oh no, it was just a robot. Oh no, he's fine, he landed in water. Or, I escaped! No idea how. And then at the end, it's like, you may have defeated me, but I'm going to come back and I'm going to build everything back exactly as it was, identically. There will be no change. Like, oh god. So just be status quo again after all that. Everything was for nothing. Got it. Incredible. But it's been a lot of fun. So we finished up Lion Force, we just started Vehicle Force, and now we're watching that concurrently with Die Rugger, which is the original Japanese version. And already, like 3 episodes in, it's not even about the violence, it's just about the rewriting and, you know, how the characters are completely different, like the villains especially are completely different in Voltron in terms of their characterizations and their stories. Like, it's just like, my god, this barely even resembles the same story. But, so, yeah, it's interesting to see how anime was presented 40 years ago, heavily censored on television. It has its charm, certainly, but boy, to say it was watered down is an understatement. And again, not just in terms of violence, but just in terms of the complexity of the story. Especially when you compare it with, like, Die Rugger with Vehicle Force. Yeah, Vehicle Force, they just basically rewrote the villains to be kind of cartoonish, typical black and white, you know, bad guys. But in Die Rugger, they've got layers, man. Like, there is gray areas, and it's just so much more complex. So, the Nightmare on Elm Street 4K set, yes, definitely. Definitely want that. Oh, there's a bunch. That's what I mean. Like, there's so many great sets coming out right now. I just don't have the money for them, you know. I will whenever the rest of the inheritance comes in, but I don't know when that'll be by the end of the year, I've been told, but I mean, hopefully it won't take quite that long, because things are getting tight again. So we are at the end of the all of the, like, planning ahead that I did. We're at the end of that, and now things are running out, and now things are getting tight again, and because I didn't expect it to take this long to get the rest of it. So here's hoping that it doesn't take too much longer. There's literally nothing I can do either. All I can do is wait. So it's entirely out of my hands. I'm just waiting for all the stuff to be finalized, and that takes as long as it's gonna take, you know. Anyway, but yeah, like pretty much all the boutique labels have like great stuff. You know, take your pick. Like Vinegar Syndrome. I was looking at Vinegar Syndrome. They got a bunch of. Was it Vinegar Syndrome? Yeah, I think it was Vinegar Syndrome. They got a bunch of great stuff. Oh, fucking Severin. You know, I have the first 3 volumes of the Danza Macabra set, which is a bunch of Italian and Spanish Gothic horrors. Great stuff. Really rare. Beautifully remastered. Every movie getting the royal treatment. They just put out a volume 4 up for pre-order. It's the first one that's also available in 4K. That is not a cheap set. Because in that case, the 4K set also includes the Blu-rays. So it costs darn near twice as much as the Blu-ray set. But so worth it. Those Severin sets are incredible. But like Severin does like big collections of things. It's kind of like, think of them like Mill Creek, but super high quality, like premium quality. So yeah, like Mill Creek in terms of the sheer wealth of content you get a lot of the time, but not like Mill Creek in the pricing. You're definitely paying premium pricing for those. But yeah, so I grabbed a bunch of their sets last Halloween, and those are ones that we'll be talking about this Halloween. So yeah, look forward to those. Anyway, I could gab about the wonder and splendor and joy of physical media collecting forever, but I should probably go to bed, and then we will reconvene when I awaken, and we will continue talking about the wonder and splendor and glory of physical media collecting, and knock out a few more updates. So we'll finish up the Star Trek updates. Next one will be the movies, and then I got a smaller one of some documentaries I picked up. And then, what else have we got? What else do we have for updates? I got some comic book movies. Oh, we got some other sci-fi, actually. Some pretty cool ones. Got some PS5 games. That'll be a fairly short update. Got some more anime. Got some just other TV shows and stuff. Yeah. And then, we got a whole bunch of unboxings. I got like a stack of unboxings here I want to do. A, because content, and B, because I want to open the damn boxes and watch the DVD, or watch the Blu-rays. Make it snow here, now. Oh, make it so. Yes, sorry, I missed Jake's comment there. Make it so. Yes, I will. Well, now I can, because I actually opened them all up. Well, the TV shows, anyway. Anyway, feels good to have got at least a couple in the can. Not overly thrilled with this setup we got going on here. I don't think it looks as good as the previous ones, but we'll keep fiddling with it. I'm still getting used to this new focusing system. It's a little weird, but seems to be working. Meanwhile, I guess I'll transfer the footage over, and then we'll be good today. I did Star Wars, which was about 45 minutes of updating, unboxing, gabbing, and stuff. And the first Star Trek one, the biggest Star Trek one, which was all the TV shows that I picked up recently. And again, unboxing, showing the contents, showing the inserts, and stuff like that. So I decided not to film in 8K in deference to the amount of frickin' disk space it would take up. So I've instead gone with gone back to 4K at a slightly lower bit rate. So I can fit about 35 hours of footage in a terabyte. So that's doable. I can work with that. And it's at, a pittance of a bit rate of 60,000 kilobits per second. So, yeah, that's what this camera considers low bit rate. I think we'll be fine. I mean, YouTube will just AI upscale it anyway, so what does it even matter? I might as well just film everything in 480p at this point. They'll make it look just as good with their wonderful AI upscaling. I actually saw some shorts last night that it had that it had been put through that meat grinder, and boy, could you tell, like, it looked awful, just awful. Actually, I saw a couple that were really obvious anyway. Yeah, so those who don't know, YouTube has started doing AI upscaling for shorts. You cannot opt out of it. It's all automatic. And everybody hates it. So I don't know why they're doing it. I mean, I think one of mine, I took a look at, what was it? It was a Fortnite clip where I was using the sword and I had like all these sort of like cool stamina and stealth and invisibility. I was a freaking superhero ninja in it. It was incredible. One of the most fun little runs ever. That clip, like the short that I made of that, is in 1080p. Like, it's as crisp and clean and perfect as it could possibly be, and it's taken off of a 4K stream. And I'm pretty sure they ran that through the meat grinder. Some of it looked a little off to me. I don't know, maybe I'm just seeing things at this point. I'm just seeing AI upscaling everywhere. But, I just fucking hate that shit. Like, there are good uses of AI. Like Luke and I were talking earlier about one thing they've started doing is AI audio dubbing in different languages for your videos. And we're like, that's actually kind of a cool idea. It just increases accessibility and potential reach for your videos by having it in, like, vocally in other languages. And it sounded really good. Like, it's actually quite good. It's very well done. That technology, I know, has been in development for a while, and I've seen, a few different iterations of it over the years. But, for that, I think that's a positive use of it. But this, like, visual upscaling of the shorts and stuff, it looks like ass. And I don't know what they're trying to gain from it. It's like, it's just to make it a little sharper. It's like, but it's already in 1080. Like, it can't get any better than that unless you let me do 4K shorts. But I don't think the shorts can be 4K. They're limited to 1080 at this point. So, I don't know. It's all fucky. I don't like it. Anyway. This is kind of comfy. Having just laying back in the chair. Yeah. Feet up on the table like a heathen. Hey, it's my table. I can put my feet on it if I damn well want. So, I think I will watch another episode of The Librarians, show that I've been enjoying quite a bit over the past couple weeks. Polish off the last pork chop, and then head to bed. And then whenever I wake up, we will continue. What movies do I have? Well, I'm not going to pull them all off the shelf and go through them one by one. Suffice to say, there's a lot. behind me here, this is sort of a just general section of comedy, drama, action, and samurai movies. This is Disney and other TV shows, mostly 80s cartoons and anime. The far shelf over there is sci-fi, fantasy, and comic book movies. I got a shelf over there that's my entire Doctor Who collection. This is all new stuff that I'm in the process of doing update videos of. In the far corner, which you can't see over there, is the horror section. And that's like a whole big section on its own. Got any... What? Cynthia Rothrock. Sounds like a Flintstones character. I do have the Flintstones, but I don't think so. But yeah, suffice to say, a lot. I have very eclectic tastes, but I seem to lean towards. I often lean. I lean mainly towards genre stuff, sci-fi, animation, like old school animation in particular, like a lot of '80s stuff, and anime, of course, and horror. Those are sort of my main things. Check my FB. All right, I'm checking my FB. What is it? Hanjia says I have mixed feelings about AI upscanning. I've seen good and bad examples. Oh yeah, definitely. Same. I have also seen good and bad. I'm not sure which AI and which prompts are creating the good ones. That too. Yeah, I find that a lot of people just get kind of lazy with the settings, and they just kind of leave everything on automatic. And I find the ones that are done well are ones that have had like a little bit more human involvement in the process. You know what I mean? Like you can't just leave it on automatic and just call it a day. You gotta monitor, and you know when things don't turn out quite right, you do it again. You try again. But I've seen good ones and bad ones, but there seem to be a lot that are bad. Holy shitballs, Luke, I love you. I mean, I loved you anyway, but... Well, shit on me. What is this? What is that pre-order? What is that reward? I don't know. Oh, bless your heart. You know, that wasn't as expensive as I thought it was. Well, oh, of course, that's in pounds. It's expensive for me because I'm in Canada. It's not as expensive for you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, man. You are a gentleman and a prince and a scholar of non-AI upscaled film. Cynthia Rothrock was the best action star of the 80s and early 90s. All right, well, I will have to look her up. I've never heard of her. My action section is very small. I'm not like huge into action, but I do enjoy good action. I mean, I only just recently got like a bunch of Chuck Norris and Rambo movies into the collection for the first time, so you know. Hey, thanks for the follow, Retsum Stark. But yeah, the human touch definitely makes a difference. You gotta have that human interaction. So, let's get spooky. Oh, yeah, that's great. Not a lot of room here. There we go. thanks for unboxing your follow. Oh, Frosty Tools, you so silly. Well, folks, I think I'm going to call it a night here. I am tired. Reproduction of the 1957 cinema ticket in early... Oh, you must have got in, like, super early. Because I know the... That's really cool. I couldn't remember what the pre-order bonuses were. But I know that the first one, it's like if you're among the first 10 or something ridiculous like that, they'll give you like a reproduction quad poster. That's like, that's really cool, but I don't know where the fuck I would ever put something like that. But no, the ticket thing or whatever, that's really cool. That'd be a neat little item to have. Oh, man. Honestly, that is a huge weight off my mind because let me show you guys something. You want to know why I'm so like stressed about getting the Hammer stuff? Hold on a second. Just hold on. Because I have every release they've put out so far. This isn't even all of them. There's 2 more coming that I pre-ordered already. But, yeah, I didn't want to miss out on any. Because it's a great collection. And really is, shaping up to be the definitive library. I mean, they're digging deep into their back catalog for that stuff, too. It's great, So clearly they just... See, that's the other thing I was stressing about because, I mean, a lot of the other ones, have remained available for a while because they're not as, like, high profile, like some of their old film noirs and stuff. Like, I don't care. I just want everything. But it's all interesting to me. But I knew, like, a big one like Curse of Frankenstein was going to fly out the door. I knew as soon as they got into like the big ones, like the Frankensteins and the Draculas especially, everybody wants those in big deluxe editions like that. So I just hope that more editions don't have this like malarkey of like, oh well, we did this in collaboration with Warner Archives, so we can't get it to outside the UK, haha, sucks to be you. It's like, okay, so I can get this quite nice, but let's face it, very inferior edition from Warner Archive, or the big I mean, just like look at these things. Like just for example, just look at the Quatermass set. It's in this beautiful like faux leather case, and it's got like a slip box inside, or like digibox inside, and it's got books, and it's got like a comic book adaptation and just like oceans of extras, and in both 4K and Blu-ray. So it's the first time those movies have ever been available in 4K. And in fact, I think the Warner Archive Curse of Frankenstein is the first time any of them have been available in 4K outside of Hammer's in-house boutique label. So, yeah. But they're incredible sets, and, like I was saying, it's like a rare opportunity to get in on a new boutique label on the ground floor. I just happened, it was pure by chance. I had the money when they started doing them. When the first one they put out was Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter. Sold out now. But I got in on the ground floor, and I was like, okay, I'm in. You son of a bitch, I'm in. So... Hey, Scully, good morning. Yes, we got 2. We got 2 done. Really late start today because of the screening. We're going to try to start earlier tomorrow. But they were 2 fairly meaty ones. Did a Star Wars update, so all the Star Wars stuff I got. It's 4 of the Disney Plus shows and 2 epic collections of classic comics. And then we did the first Star Trek one, the biggest Star Trek one, which was covering all the TV shows that I got. So tomorrow we're going to continue with the Star Treks with the movies, and I got a little selection of documentaries and other miscellany So, yeah, so what was this? So, yeah, they just sold 500 sets in about 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. So was that the big day tomorrow thing you were talking about? You were very vague about it. I was looking at the countdown. I was like, oh, fuck. I don't know if we're going to make it. But, yeah, that's crazy. But that doesn't surprise me that they sold that many. When I got in pretty early with Captain Kronos, that was another pretty high profile, highly sought after one. It had only had the one Blu-ray release from Shout Factory, which I have. I got in like right when the pre-orders opened, and I think they had already, like, within a couple of hours, they'd already sold 1,500 of them. So it was crazy. So whatever the bonuses were there, I didn't get any of them, but at least I got the set. So, yeah. That's crazy. See, I don't know, like, the thing that's kind of stressful about it is, unlike other boutique labels, they don't tell you how many there are. They just say that it's limited. So I feel like they kind of go by the number of pre-orders they get, and then they kind of decide what their print run is going to be, and they just do that one print run. But they don't number them or anything. So I don't know. I mean, it might be a case where with Curse of Frankenstein, they just print like 50,000 of them because they get that many pre-orders in. But I don't know. Boy, I tell you, that John Gore guy is sure must be pleased as punch that he bought Hammer. This is definitely paying off for him. Holy shit. And I mean, it's just an embarrassment of riches for fans, because we're getting these incredible sets. It's a good time to be a Hammer fan. Well, folks, on that note, I am going to hammer myself to sleep, and I'll see y'all on the flip side, where we will continue and hopefully get more than 2 done, because we're going to try to start a lot earlier tomorrow. And I think we've kind of got this down to a nice little system where things seem to be working pretty well. And yeah, actually, you know what? I've got 35 hours worth of space on this card, since we figured out a nice format to do, so we won't worry too much about transfer. Well, no, actually, I will transfer the footage because I want to check it. I want to see how the new focus and everything was working. So, anyway, thanks for coming out, everybody. Big thanks to Vermin for the dono earlier. Thanks to all our new followers. Hope to see you again sometime. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff over the course of Halloween season, which technically for me starts on the 1st of Spooktember. So that's why I'm kind of rushing to get all these updates done, because I want to get right into the horror stuff almost immediately. So anyway, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.